guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Hurricane Melissa made landfall in Jamaica today as a catastrophic Category 5 storm with 185-mile-per-hour winds, the strongest ever recorded on that island. Authorities warn of life-threatening flooding, landslides, and a 13-foot storm surge. Up to 1.5 million people could be affected, and the storm is moving towards southeastern Cuba and the Bahamas. Melissa has now returned to sea as a Category 3. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Democrats are to blame for the government shutdown, accusing them of voting 13 times to keep it closed and demanding billions for left-wing projects and benefits for illegal aliens. Johnson says Republicans just want to reopen the government responsibly. Talk of changing the Senate filibuster to end the government shutdown is fading among Republicans. Key GOP senators, including Thune, Murkowski, and Kennedy, say they will not alter the 60-vote rule, although a few, like Tuberville and Collins, leave the door slightly open. President Trump is praising Japan following a meeting with the country's first female prime minister.
The two leaders didn't address the press, but did stand for a ceremonial welcome as the national anthems for both countries were played.
Anytime you have any question, any doubt, anything you want, any favors you need, anything I can do to help Japan, we will be there. We are an ally at the strongest level.
They held bilateral discussions on security, trade, and Japan's defense spending, with Trump praising the alliance between the two nations. It was the latest stop on a multi-day trip to Asia that includes a high-stakes sit-down with Chinese President Xi in South Korea later this week. Trump administration says it's closer to securing a trade deal with that communist nation. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with fresh record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 161 points, the S&P 500 added 15 points, and the Nasdaq rising 190 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Beginning November 1st, Oklahoma hospitals will be required to post their prices online in a consumer-friendly format under a new state law. Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt says the move makes sense, letting patients shop around for the best care at the best price.
We want to know, and we should be able to know, how much things cost and not be surprised by humongous medical bills.
Consumers can visit individual hospital websites or check oklahomahospitalprices.org for a full list of hospital prices. The Washington Department of Ecology is launching the Rails, Keels, and Wheels grant to fund zero-emission vehicles.
Using money from the Volkswagen settlement, $25 million will be used to replace diesel engine vehicles with electric. Ecology Director Casey Sixkiller says it's a unique moment for both businesses and nonprofits to shape diesel reduction efforts in Washington. Businesses, nonprofits, and large vehicle operators can apply for the grants. I'm Brad Ford.
Visitors to federal parks might want to avoid using public restrooms.
Many across the U.S. haven't been cleaned since the government shutdown began weeks ago, so the facilities are a little worse for the wear. Some parks, such as Rock Creek in Washington, D.C., have set up porta-johns. Sanitation crews from the National Park Service are among the 9,000 plus of the agency's 14,500 employees furloughed. I'm Jim Roop.
Ew! And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Cue the microphone. Here we go. Showtime once again, just like that. Everybody set for a new day? Hey, this will be the last time we say, hey, Mike, here in the month of October. What day is it? Hump Day comes our way. As we look at the 29th day of October here in 2025. Boom, midweek upon us. Well, as Josh Malloy said in our opening song, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. That may very well be the case for many drivers tonight out there, because there's a lot of rain in parts of the Midwest, moving toward the Ohio, Tennessee Valley, and eventually the Northeast. But you're in the rain, say just south of Minneapolis there in Minnesota. Pretty much all of Iowa. There's a few openings here and there that are not seeing rain. Moderate rainfall in most cases. More rain continuing through much of Missouri. We've got shower activity north central, northwest Illinois, spotty showers throughout Illinois, even western Indiana. Heavier rains in southern Missouri, moving into northern portions of Arkansas. Rain in the Memphis area. Rain in Nashville tonight. Spotty showers from Louisville to Lexington. As I said, a soggy night. Some heavier rains, maybe even a few rumbles of thunder, scattered showers, thunderstorms. Numerous areas through central and southern portions of Mississippi tonight. We'll take a closer look at the lower 48 coming up here. But first, we welcome you aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Clouds outside the secret bunker. Not seeing any liquid sunshine at this point in time, but rainy days ahead. Locally, we're talking maybe an inch of rain coming our way over the next 24 to 48 hours. Again, a closer look at the lower 48. We have to begin with, obviously, Jamaica. As the most concerning fears all coming to fruition this past day. Coming ashore about 1 in the afternoon Eastern time as a Category 5 hurricane. She had actually strengthened to sustained winds of 185 miles per hour. The most powerful Atlantic hurricane of the year. Days of rain, strong winds, pounding surf in the Caribbean. This Category 5 was actually at peak strength at the time it roared ashore, again about 1 in the afternoon. The first time an Atlantic storm made landfall as a Category 5 since Hurricane Dorian. That was back in 2019. Now, I'm sure the death toll is going to go higher. At this point, at least 7 fatalities reported across the Caribbean from the monstrous storm, as, of course, it slowly tracked near Haiti and the Dominican Republic before headed over toward Jamaica. The death toll is likely to rise as Melissa has sliced across Jamaica, now headed toward eastern Cuba for yet another landfall sometime probably early this Wednesday morning, still maintaining strength as a Category 3 hurricane, still a major hurricane on the way to Cuba, after which the Bahamas will be coming into play. Some of the early images coming in from Melissa showing total devastation, multiple roofs blown off, even large buildings. Many of these people live in almost like shanties or shacks, not the sturdiest of structures. Even the hospital infrastructure in the island, they tell us, has been very decimated with flooding. It may take days for the full damage assessment to be completed. Based on the expert analysis by AccuWeather, preliminary damage and economic loss for Jamaica is at $22 billion. There is no infrastructure in the region that can withstand a Category 5, was the word from the Prime Minister before landfall. The question now is the speed of recovery. That's going to be the challenge. People in Jamaica have not experienced a direct strike from a major hurricane in nearly 40 years. For many younger people, this is their first ever experience. Gilbert made landfall in 1988 as a Category 3 storm. It was moving much faster than Melissa, though. We watched conditions deteriorate Monday and Monday night as Melissa approached. There were mandatory evacuations in many areas where the worst of the storm flooding and surge were expected there. But storm chaser Brandon Clement was in Jamaica, warning that a humanitarian crisis may unfold due to the widespread devastation. It's going to take months for things to even begin to resemble normalcy, he said. It's a really bad situation. Melissa intensified into a Category 5 storm Monday, becoming the third storm of the year to be classified at the top of the hurricane wind scale, joining Aaron and Umberto. Went on to become the strongest of the three, with maximum sustained winds peaking at 185. Another key measure of a hurricane's intensity is that central pressure, the atmospheric pressure at the core of the eye. Tuesday morning, Melissa's pressure dropped to 26.34 inches of mercury, which translates to 892 millibars, the third most intense Caribbean hurricane ever observed. Melissa's also the second strongest hurricane in terms of pressure anywhere across the Atlantic during the month of October, coming in behind only Wilma. Back in 2005, Wilma dropped to 882 millibars. The combination of the strength and the slow movement amplified the damage, the significant danger made even worse due to the slow forward speed. The analysis of hurricanes dating back to 1971 in the same area of the Caribbean as Melissa shows Melissa's average forward speed in that region had been just 4.5 miles per hour, the slowest on record. And it spent several days nearly stalled, occasionally moving as slow as 2 miles per hour. So again, now as you scroll down and look, the center of the storm now well north of Jamaica, but the southern side of heavy rains continue to pound the island tonight. Northern side of Melissa now encroaching on southeastern Cuba. Again, another landfall as a Category 3 anticipated sometime early this Wednesday morning. Then it's on to potentially the Bahamas, maybe even Bermuda. Of course, at that point, should be a much weaker storm by that point in time. Back to the lower 48 here. We do still see some shower activity off the eastern seaboard, coastal areas of North Carolina, eastern Virginia, from about Norfolk southward. Most of that activity now pushing off the East Coast. Soon after our nor'easter exits the middle portion of the Atlantic coast tonight, a new storm is going to be swinging toward the Appalachians from Wednesday to Thursday, bringing with it rain through much of the Northeast and bringing away as well some of the coldest air of the season. So far, for many, it's going to be the first snowfall for some. In the short term, onshore winds will continue to erode the Atlantic beaches as the small nor'easter exits south of New England, while the storm's rain was largely confirmed to the southeastern states, and we saw some flash flooding in parts of Florida, some areas picking up nearly 20 inches of rainfall there. A broad zone of northeast winds has once again unleashed rough surf and beach erosion on areas that haven't fully recovered from some of the prior storms along the mid-Atlantic throughout the summer and early fall. Typically, winds would flip around to the west and northwest in the wake of the storm through the eastern seaboard. That's not going to be the case this time as that new storm swings in from the Mississippi Valley and makes that northward turn over the Appalachians from now to Thursday. Because this storm's going to track well inland over the Appalachians, it will not be considered a nor'easter. Winds will generally be from the east and southeast, but it's going to create some onshore winds that will continue the erosive impact on the beaches from the Carolinas all the way up to New England. Now, much needed rain will fall from portions of Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina, on up into Maine. A general 1 to 2 inches in the forecast. Locally, could see some areas up to 4 inches of rain. Much of that region is in short-term and in some cases long-term drought conditions. This is going to help ease the risk of wildfires, provide some drought relief. The combination of the fallen leaves, wet conditions, will make for extra slick road conditions where those leaves are blocking storm drains. Street flooding may occur. As the storm lifts northward, we'll see a pocket of just enough warm, humid air develop to produce some thunderstorms in parts of eastern Virginia, eastern North Carolina, Delmarva, and maybe southern New Jersey on Thursday. A small number of those may be severe, gusty winds, some hail, and torrential downpours. With the combination of drenching rain and gusty winds, slowing the motorists, could see some airline delays in some of the busy corridor from D.C. to Philadelphia, Pittsburgh to New York City, Boston. By Thursday night, the bulk of the drenching rain and the onshore winds will then be focused on New England. But then get ready for the tail or the cold air in the higher terrain of the Appalachians, the Adirondacks, the Green and White Mountains. There will be some snow, at least flurries, as that chilly air invades the region for the latter part of the week. In an extreme scenario, cold air may rush into the strengthening storm as it moves over Atlantic Canada. Several inches of light snow may fall over the higher terrain from upstate New York to northern Maine, as well as southeastern Quebec, beginning as early as Thursday night. Just in time for Halloween, right? That swath of accumulating snow likely to occur in sparsely populated areas of central northeastern Quebec from Friday to Saturday. Wind gusts 30, 40 miles per hour will be common by the end of the week. That's going to make it very brisk for the trick-or-treaters. As far as weather goes, those headed outdoors for Halloween activities are going to probably have to layer up several layers. Wind chills will be in the teens and 20s from the Appalachians to the Midwest as darkness falls Halloween. East of the Appalachian, wind chills mainly in the 40s, maybe dipping into the 30s at times. But the weather pattern here for the second half of the week into the weekend will be bringing the chilliest nights and coldest days for much of the southeastern states since back in early April, maybe even late March. Get ready to break out the jackets and in some cases your winter attire. Some rural areas in the lower part of the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, the interior southeast may actually experience a bit of frost during some of the coldest nights in this upcoming pattern. Right in time for Halloween, right? 844-844-3388. A new day underway, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
I just pulled up the update from the National Hurricane Center from 11 p.m. Melissa had decreased to a Category 3 hurricane. Yeah, believe it or not, now in the open waters between Jamaica and Cuba, she's re-strengthened back to Category 4. Yeah, Cuba's about to get hammered in the next few hours. As of 11 p.m., Melissa moving toward the northeast. She's picked up forward speed at about 9 miles per hour. So on this forecast track, the core is going to move over eastern Cuba early Wednesday morning, then move across southeastern or central Bahamas later Wednesday, and be all the way up toward Bermuda by Thursday night. But the sustained winds are back near 130 miles per hour, putting Melissa back into a Category 4 hurricane. She will remain a powerful hurricane moving across Cuba and the Bahamas. Yeah, pretty incredible. This system's going to be one for the record books for sure. Now, the central pressure, after dropping all the way down to, what was it, 890, 892, 890, whatever it was this past day, central pressure is back to 950 millibars, but again, re-strengthening a bit. Yeah, pretty incredible. All right, who we got on board? Let's roll into a Wednesday Country Bumpkin morning overnight drive family. Checking in, waiting for the best part of the morning. Well, thank you very much. Marianne saying hello, all the listening friends out there. Jeffrey, hello, Steve, the overnight family from southern Florida. Shorty's rolling, I-77 northbound, Mount Airy, North Carolina, 50 degrees tonight. All right, not too shabby, Columbus bound. Hello, Terry, our Canadian listener. One of our Canadian listeners, London, Ontario, windy, 45 degrees. Headed to Toronto, home of the Let's Go Blue Jays. Everybody drive safe. Let's see. Michael says, good morning, Steve. Listening from Curacao this morning. All right. I'm assuming a little vacation time there, Curacao. Yeah, that was one of our stops on our cruise last year. Aruba, Curacao, and yeah, several of us felt like, man, we really enjoyed Curacao to the point we thought of maybe just making a trip and spend several days. Yeah, there in Curacao. Beautiful, beautiful island. Tank is in the house. Morning, Steve. Overnight crew. Happy Hump Day. 53 under starlit skies here in Albuquerque. We got this plastic-covered freight truck pointed back towards western Tennessee. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. So 53 at this hour, he says. I do see places like Albuquerque. There are many areas in New Mexico have their hard freeze warnings in place, especially central and southeastern portions of New Mexico, the Texas, Oklahoma, Panhandle regions. Looking at freeze warnings here as we roll into a Wednesday morning. Low temperatures in the mid-20s to near 30 degrees in the forecast there. Yes, indeed. Bundle up. Hello to Bill. Morning, everybody. 43 here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express. Finally caught up on my sleep. I did 26 hours of no sleep from 5 o'clock Friday night to like 7 o'clock Saturday night. I went from work early Saturday morning to the daughters' volleyball tournaments. Finally got home about 7 Saturday night. I'm getting too old for this stuff, folks. All right, have a great night, drivers. Be safe out there. Buckwheat, listening and been told they want me to train a new driver for the rest of the week. So I'm not sure if I'll call in, but I'll be listening, and I'll have the new guy listening as well. All right, so we'll miss hearing from Buckwheat, but maybe next week, give us a full report, as they say. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Hurricane Melissa made landfall in Jamaica today as a catastrophic Category 5 storm with 185-mile-per-hour winds, the strongest ever recorded on that island. Authorities warn of life-threatening flooding, landslides, and a 13-foot storm surge. Up to 1.5 million people could be affected, and the storm is moving towards southeastern Cuba and the Bahamas. Melissa has now returned to sea as a Category 3. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Democrats are to blame for the government shutdown, accusing them of voting 13 times to keep it closed and demanding billions for left-wing projects and benefits for illegal aliens. Johnson says Republicans just want to reopen the government responsibly. Talk of changing the Senate filibuster to end the government shutdown is fading among Republicans. Key GOP senators, including Thune, Murkowski, and Kennedy, say they will not alter the 60-vote rule, although a few, like Tuberville and Collins, leave the door slightly open. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Phone lines open as we roll into a Wednesday. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Stacy says, happy hump day. Windy here in north central Kansas tonight. Hope everyone has a safe night. Yeah, speaking of windy conditions, we see wind advisories widespread through the heart of the country. About the eastern half of Texas, wind advisories. Oklahoma, eastern half of Kansas, eastern Nebraska into western Iowa, pretty much the entirety of Arkansas, Louisiana, much of Mississippi. Southern Texas, you got red flag warnings with the winds and the dry conditions. All right, some cool air coming your way, rushing in. All right, Jerry's on board. Hello, Steve, and the Overnight Drive. Ready for the best radio show. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret for making sure our vehicles are ready to roll up and down the highways and byways. Oh, yeah, tell them you love them every chance you get. Michael's on board. What's up, people? I see that. Yeah, I did not mention, did I? World Series. After a 6-hour, 39-minute, 18-inning game Monday night, well into Tuesday morning. Hell, it was approaching 3 o'clock Eastern time in the morning before that game ended with a Dodgers victory. Blue Jays bounce back for the win, so the series now tied at 2 games apiece. All right, who's it going to be? Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 48 degrees, sloppy rain in Wayland, Missouri. Nonetheless, got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south at a high rate of speed. The news at the start of your show just reported that the Forest Service is going to put up porta-johns in our nation's national parks. Does this mean that a bear no longer craps in the woods? I remember as a kid, they told us how dangerous it was to feed the bears. And now we've got this. Well, special one night only shout out to my fellow coworkers and listeners of the show. Toby from the Show Me State. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday. I guess she's getting her week started here, right? 4 days left for early voting in the state of Ohio. We're 6 days till the election. Thanksgiving, 30 days away. 58 till Christmas. All right, finishing up a drop and hook at my store now, fixing to head back to the yard. I'll call it a day before doing this all over again. Any updates for the Union Center exit being closed from the tanker fire this past day? I saw the exit was closed, construction equipment on the ramp when I came through there earlier. We've got some drizzle and some light showers occasionally. 54 degrees in Owensboro, Kentucky. All right, Union Center. It's north of I-75. I guess you'd say kind of between Cincinnati and Dayton, Ohio. The latest I have is the blaze shutting down that overpass after a tanker truck carrying diesel caught fire. A massive fire ensued. The overpass between Mulhauser Road and Civic Center Road will remain closed for the foreseeable future after the road was damaged. Crews attempt to repair the road, according to officials. Dispatchers say the overpass would be closed for some time. Ohio Department of Transportation said while there was no structural damage to the bridge itself, the pavement and the ramp will have to be repaired. That tanker reportedly overturned. Massive plumes of smoke being seen for miles this past day. The driver, they tell us, made it out of the truck safely. Amazingly, no injuries reported, but all lanes of I-75 had reopened after that fire was extinguished. But the flaming diesel fuel had spread into nearby storm drains, sewers in some cases. We had diesel actively leaking from the tanker truck, and it was spreading in all directions on fire. There was fire in several of the sewers, running down the sewers into the storm drains. No timeline at this point for completion. Now, this update was this past evening. The overpass will remain closed until those repairs are completed. Oh, that's Eskimo's mom. I guess she went through about a little before 8 o'clock this past evening. She said the southbound ramp was still closed. They did have paving equipment there on the ramp and more emergency vehicles on Union Center there. So that's the latest we have. Rock Pick, good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Current conditions at the Rochester International Airport. 44 degrees, fair skies. Happy Hump Day, all you hardworking Americans. It's good to be here with you after midnight with Steve Summers on the radio. All right, watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe. Let's see here. Gilligan, good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. We're overcast but dry at the moment in Dublin, Virginia. 46 degrees at this hour. And good morning, 53 degrees, raining here in Portland, Oregon. Pappy, saddle up nocturnal listeners, as well after the midnight hour, the overnight drive hammer down. So I guess there's going to be ultimately at least a game 6, right? Yes, indeed, with 2 games apiece. It'll go to 6. Will it go to 7 games? Guess we got a busy night. Are the natives restless? Duty calls. Work to do. Be safe, says Pappy. This had to be a scene, something right out of a Hollywood film. I hearken back to the movie Outbreak. Dustin Hoffman, remember that when the monkey got on the loose spreading disease? Jasper County Sheriff's Department responding this past afternoon to a crash that allowed several lab monkeys to escape onto a Mississippi interstate. Shortly after 1:30 this past afternoon, reports of a truck hauling monkeys from Tulane University had overturned around the 117-mile marker on I-59 north of Heidelberg. This was a truck carrying rhesus monkeys from Tulane University. They're about 40 pounds. They are aggressive to humans, and they require personal protective equipment to handle. The monkeys were carrying hepatitis C, herpes, and COVID. Now, they had an update about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All but one of the escaped monkeys had been, they used the word destroyed, so they weren't trying to round them up. They brought out the sharpshooters and were taking them down. No official word if the last monkey has been accounted for, but Mississippi Wildlife and Fisheries were on the location as they continued the search for that remaining animal. They said Tulane University will send a team in here today, Wednesday, to retrieve the monkeys that were still actually caged. But they were advising people, do not approach them. If you see them, call 911. Wow. It's pretty scary stuff. It is 844-844-3388. Angela says, hello all, it's rainy and windy along the Pacific coast of Oregon tonight. So Eskimo Mom mentioned how many days till Christmas? 58, as she put it, but it's hard to believe that time of year is here. And the Capitol Christmas tree, the tradition of harvesting a tree to be transported to the west lawn of the U.S. Capitol, dating back to 1970. Since that time, trees from 50 national forests across 25 states have been selected from recommendations made by the U.S. Forest Service. This year, the first is a first as a tree from a Nevada national forest has been selected. Selecting a tree to adorn the west lawn of the U.S. Capitol is a great honor, according to the executive director of the Capitol grounds and Arboretum at the architect of the Capitol. We selected a magnificent red fir to represent the Humboldt Tyabe National Forest and Nevada at the U.S. Capitol for this 2025 holiday season. The 53-foot red fir named Silver Bell, harvested now from the National Forest, will begin that journey to D.C., believe it or not, this Saturday, the day after Halloween. Michael Porter, a driver for Swift Transportation's Phoenix terminal, will drive the custom-wrapped T680 provided by Kenworth. This is going to be some 3,000-mile trek from Nevada to the nation's capital. And we can track, they'll have an interactive map on the Capitol Christmas Tree's website. Kenworth's connected truck technology will provide real-time GPS location information for the second consecutive year. In addition to the tree haul, they say Southwest Airlines will transport thousands of ornaments that have been handmade by Nevada residents. 84 Lumber is the presenting sponsor for this year's Capitol Christmas tree, proud to help bring the People's Tree to Washington, D.C. Amy Smiley, Vice President of Marketing for 84 Lumber. This time-honored tradition celebrates the beauty of our nation's forest and the communities they represent. Proud to be supporting something that unites people across the country in celebration and stewardship. So as the case typically is, along the way there will be numerous stops in numerous states where folks will have a chance to come out get photo opportunities. Starting there Saturday, where the journey begins in Carson City, Nevada. It's going to be they're going to hold a Nevada Day parade to kick off the journey. The following day, there'll be stops in Lovelock and Elko, Nevada. Next Monday, they'll be there in Ely, Nevada, home of one of our overnight drive affiliates there, followed by Las Vegas on Tuesday. Then it's been several days on the road. Friday, November 7th, Flagstaff, Arizona. There will be a stop in Albuquerque there. Send your heat wave on Saturday, November 8th, followed by Amarillo, Oklahoma City, Monday the 10th, Lenexa, Kansas on November 11th. There you got St. Louis, Missouri, followed by Paducah, Kentucky, Friday the 14th. Lexington, Kentucky sees a stop on Saturday. From there, it's straight on in to Joint Base Andrews, Maryland for arrival Thursday, November the 20th. How about that? And when it gets there to the Joint Base Andrews, they say that's base access only. Have to have credentials, I guess, to get on the base, so it's not like a public opportunity there. But how about that? Capitol Christmas tree about to be heading that way. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
I trust your week's going way ahead. Hump day coming our way. Hello to Kevin. Check it in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Gregory heading towards Aurora, Colorado for an early morning delivery, like 7:30 Mountain Time. Check it in with 32 degrees at this hour between Lamar and Springfield, Colorado. A little chilly out there tonight. And, of course, we'll be falling back this weekend. Once again, time change. Sunday, 2 a.m., respectively, around the country. You go back to 1 a.m. So at least this is the time you get an extra hour. But it really screws up sunrise, sunsets. The day ends. The sun sets before 6 in the evening. So the typical discussion, are we ever going to make a decision to permanently stick on either daylight savings time or standard time? The Senate briefly took up the long-stalled effort this past day to make daylight savings time permanent, ending this twice-a-year tradition of switching the clocks, but again failed to reach a consensus. Senator Rick Scott of Florida and other senators went to the floor to push for passage of the bill that was first unanimously approved back in March of 22. Scott said the American people love having an extra hour of sunlight. But then Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas said he would oppose any sort of an effort to fast-track the bill. They've been debating this for years. They've held legislative hearings even earlier this year. They won support from President Trump to make the change, but apparently they're not any closer to coming to an actual agreement. Now, year-round daylight saving time. It was used during World War II, then enacted again in 1974. That was the energy crisis, a bid to reduce energy due to the oil embargo at the time. But it was unpopular and repealed later that year. Cotton said the bill's proponents are pushing Congress to repeat, in his words, a mistake that would create absurdly late winter sunrises and force children to be going to school in darkness in much of the country. Now, the legislation, they say, would let states choose which time they want to remain on, but some say, then you'd have a patchwork, a time zone all over the country. Daylight savings time, as we know, puts the clocks forward 1 hour in the summer half of the year to make the most out of the longer evenings. It's been in place for nearly all the United States since the 1960s. Proponents are pushing to make it year-round. Supporters of remaining on daylight savings time say it would lead to brighter evenings, more economic activity in the winter months. But critics say your later sunrises, children, those who have to, say, walk to school, would be walking to school in absolute darkness. So proponents of eliminating daylight saving time say that the change leads to sleep disturbances, health issues. We see statistically more car crashes. It was Senator Ted Cruz noted that there is a sharp divide, pointing to very real, complicated issues and countervailing arguments from both sides. There's widespread agreement on locking the clock, but where to lock it? Standard time or daylight saving? That's apparently the biggest divide there. So there you go. We're set to fall back Sunday evening. All right, about a minute before news break coming up here. Plowboy's going to be joining us, see what's going on in his world. as we roll into midweek. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I had done a check a little bit earlier. I did not see any activity per se via space weather. And double checking here. At the moment, they say the KP index remains quiet at this hour. That could change, they tell us. I mean, for the aurora chasers out there, the northern lights could put on a good show across even parts of the U.S. tonight, as a fast solar wind from a large coronal hole begins interacting with our magnetic field, according to the Space Weather Prediction Center. So hold the thought. We'll give you more on that coming up next hour. First, TEL gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit TEL360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit TEL360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Hurricane Melissa made landfall in Jamaica as a catastrophic Category 5 storm, the worst in that nation's history. Authorities warn of devastating winds and flooding, with recovery expected to be long and difficult. Organizations such as the American Red Cross, World Central Kitchen, and American Friends of Jamaica are mobilizing to provide food, shelter, and aid. They're accepting donations to support relief efforts. Melissa has since returned to sea as a Category 3, heading straight towards Cuba. The Senate has failed to advance a House-passed funding bill for the 13th time today, extending the 28-day shutdown. The measure failed 54-45 in the Senate, with only 3 Democrats in support. Republicans say they'll discuss expiring health care subsidies only after Democrats reopen the government, as SNAP benefits and military pay face imminent disruption. The Israel Defense Forces carried out a powerful strike in Gaza after Hamas fired at Israeli troops and launched an anti-tank missile, and that breaks the ceasefire. Israeli officials warn Hamas will pay a heavy price if it fails to return remaining hostage remains. Amazon says they are going to be cutting thousands of jobs from its corporate workforce.
In an effort to make the company leaner and less bureaucratic, Amazon is cutting 14,000 jobs from its corporate offices. The cuts are expected to be the largest in Amazon's history as corporate leaders move to invest more in AI. Amazon is the nation's second largest private employer with more than 1.5 million staffers. Wall Street analysts predict other major companies may follow Amazon's lead in cutting costs. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Wall Street closed with fresh record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 161 points, the S&P 500 added 15 points, and the Nasdaq rising 190 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A Minnesota man is facing federal charges for allegedly offering $45,000 for the killing of U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Tyler Avalos was arrested October the 16th after being accused of posting the threat on TikTok. Featured a photo of Bondi with a sniper scope red dot on her forehead, along with the text, "Wanted, Pam Bondi, reward $45,000, dead or alive, preferably dead." The post was reported to the FBI on October the 9th. Avalos has a criminal history that includes a 2022 felony stalking conviction and a 2016 misdemeanor domestic assault conviction. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A man caught carrying meth-soaked clothing through LAX is headed to prison.
On Monday, Northridge resident Raj Motharu was sentenced to 3 years behind bars. In November of 2024, he tried to board a flight from LAX to Sydney, Australia, with 2 suitcases containing more than a dozen clothing items. Prosecutors say those clothes, including a cow pajama onesie, were caked in nearly 2.4 pounds of meth. In June, Motharu pleaded guilty to 1 federal count of possession with intent to distribute methamphetamine. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Cinemark and IMAX are teaming up to open more rare 70mm screens next year.
This comes out of Christopher Nolan's highly anticipated The Odyssey hitting theaters in July. Nolan's preferred format is IMAX 70mm, with the first showings of The Odyssey in that rare format already sold out. The new theaters will be located in the Chicago suburb of Woodridge, Colorado Springs, and Rochester, New York. There are currently just 30 IMAX 70mm theaters in the world. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
And we've got a brand new day coming our way. Get ready for Hump Day. One last time here in the month of October. As we turn the page on the calendar, making our way into day 29. countdown to Halloween. All right. Meanwhile, Hurricane Melissa now closing in on Cuba. After which, it's the Bahamas and potentially even Bermuda in her path. Heavy rain, rough seas as the storm departs Jamaica. After a Category 5 landfall there. Landfall Tuesday afternoon near New Hope, Jamaica. 185 mile per hour winds. Central pressure had dropped to 892. Being described as a historic strike that will lead to months, maybe years of recovery. This is going to go down in the history books as one of the strongest anywhere in the Atlantic Basin, they tell us. Yeah, Mao, encroaching on Cuba, had dropped to Category 3, has re-intensified back to Category 4 with the latest update, 11 p.m. Eastern. Winds will gradually continue to come down across Jamaica. Flooding there could last for days. Now, the National Hurricane Center warning that feet of rain could fall in southern Hispaniola and Jamaica through the day Wednesday here. Yeah, most of this rain has already fallen on those islands. But the runoff and the transportation of water through the rivers could continue, take a long time. All right, in addition to the heavy rain, the storm surge now making its way to eastern Cuba. Now, on the western side of Jamaica, we saw a 2 to 4 foot surge near Montego Bay. Up next, it's eastern Cuba. Still a major hurricane this early Wednesday, before then quickly moving through the southeast Bahamas, the Turks and Caicos later on Wednesday, still at hurricane strength. Eastern Cuba, up to 25 inches of rain could fall through the day ahead. Again, catastrophic flooding and landslides. In the southeastern Bahamas, the Turks and Caicos, lesser amounts, but up to 10 inches of rain could fall through Wednesday night. Storm surge, eastern Cuba, 8 to 12 feet. That's life-threatening, 8 to 12 feet above ground level. Could occur along that southeast coast with landfall in the southeast Bahamas, including the Turks and Caicos, forecasting a 5 to 8 foot storm surge here later on Wednesday. Winds have been increasing through the evening there in eastern Cuba. The hurricane force winds arriving into early Wednesday morning. Tropical storm Melissa formed Tuesday morning, last Tuesday, becoming the 13th storm of the 25 Atlantic season. Maintained, once reaching Category 5 status, incredibly maintained that status for around 34 hours, making that slow, agonizing turn northward toward Jamaica. Never even undergoing an eyewall replacement in that process. Melissa, the strongest tropical cyclone we've seen anywhere on Earth this year, they tell us, even stronger than any of our western or eastern Pacific typhoons we've seen, respectively. That landfall intensity places it tied with the Labor Day storm in 1935 for the third most intense Atlantic Basin hurricane of all time based on central pressure. It is tied for the second strongest storm based on winds, only behind Allen back in 1980, making landfall with 185 mile per hour sustained winds. They had gusts in excess of 200 miles per hour there in the eyewall. Well, Plowboy. Morning, Plowboy. What's going on?
Well, good morning, Steve. Oh, not too much. Just Norman ain't telling you lies. He ain't. We got a lot of wind up here in Kansas City, and first, hell, we got a damn wind chill. It says 43 degrees and 38. What? Now, Steve, how long did it take us to get summer here? It sure as hell didn't take winter this long to get here. Damn. Oh, good grief. Steve, I can't believe it. I thought the White House would listen to our show. I've even had rumors that they did.
Okay.
I think we got proved wrong.
What we teach them now?
Well, I say we impeach Trump. For years, we had Lone Ranger calling these yahoos the bottom feeder companies. For many years, we talked about every wreck that they've had on the highway. There wasn't nothing they didn't tear down, tear up in the ditch. But now, okay, I know we just did, Cash Patel just busted the NBA, but I would like to put a betting on this Christmas tree. How many pieces is this Christmas tree going to get to by the time it gets to Washington?
Now, why do you say that? Because it's going to be hauled by Swift?
Yeah. There is nothing that they can't tear up, put it in the ditch, roll it over. Hell, by the time they get to D.C., there'll be a bunch of Christmas trees.
Maybe a toothpicks. I know. I mean, Night Swift, they've got a lot of drivers. Yes, they're notorious. There are some good drivers with them as well, believe it or not. But I'm sure they had to pick someone that they can trust to get it from point A to point B safely, right?
I'll haul it for 10 cents a mile. Heck, they could have got a hold of Lauren Weiss. He could have leased a flatbed and had Pappy escort him there. Hell, that would have been it. Heck, they even had anybody. Well, Knucklebuster, that would have been a fun trip for him and Pappy. But good grief. No, that was the first time I heard Night Swift hauling. It was like, wow.
Yeah. I don't know how they pick who gets the privilege. I mean, it's a privilege to haul that thing.
Oh, yeah. And I think it'll be seen coming along I-80 since you said Lovelock, Nevada, and a few other towns up through there. That's out there in major rural area plus Eli and all that. You know, it'd be a good trip. Steve, here the other night, Sunday night I think it was, Grump got to talking about these people and they were too lazy to steal work shoes to go to work. This has been going on for damn near forever. Case in point, reason why I damn near called in, but I was a little bit tied up. And but I remember back then when I had a little lady, good friends of mine, she had a little boy. And she was told she was working too much because she was working 2 jobs, almost 2.5 jobs, plus being the mother.
Mm-hmm.
And I was delivering fuel down there and got to talking to her, and she was all in tears. She said, I went against my grain, I went against my raisin, and I went and applied for food stamps. She came out there and she said, hug me, please. I've got a problem. I said, what's the problem, young? She said, I think it was $15 or $20 too much because she was working 2 jobs trying to support her family, her little young son at the time. And I mean, yeah, I ain't trying to get no pats on the back, but I gave her a couple $100 just because I thought a lot of her, thought a lot of her family, but geez. Now we got people that are sitting on their tails hollering because they're not going to get their benefits because they're shut down. I'm sorry, I just don't get along with it. But I don't know. Steve, is also, we've been talking about a lot about the bad turns, and I think you reported on another one there. Did you just say another one happened in Florida here just the other day?
Another U-turn scenario, but They had not identified that particular driver yet. I haven't seen. Yeah.
Okay. Steve, that's not really what I'm referring to.
Okay.
There are some of these states, New Jersey, back there when you were young and I was young and your daddy was on the radio, they had what they call a New Jersey jug handle, where you literally made a right turn to cross traffic, no left turns.
Mm-hmm.
But now, you can look this one up. State of Mississippi is making a new way to make a left turn. And it's a hell of a damn way to do it. And I think even the Kentucky Safety Council is doing it in the state of Kentucky. Where you go up and you make a left turn. It could be on the top of the hill, bottom of the hill, or mid-range of that hill. You make a left turn, cross 2 lanes of traffic, to come down and make a right turn so you don't cross in the front of the traffic. But you will when you make that damn hard left, because they are trying to take away the, like I said, look it up, because me and another driver was talking about it earlier. And like, this is not safe because it involves a U-turn no matter how you look at it. Because they do give you a third lane out there that makes that wide swing. But when you're creepy crawling at 20, 25, 30 mile an hour or less to get in that, what would be your third lane far to the ditch, you have some jackass or somebody not paying attention and run right up underneath of you. I'm not trying to start anything, but it's just what we were talking about here. But other than that, I don't know. But by the way, I need a heat wave. We need a heat wave up here. Wherever in the hell he's at, he's not where he needs to be. But I appreciate it, Steve. Thanks, sir.
All right, you need a heat wave. Yeah, see, it wasn't long ago you were complaining about it was so hot. It's been so hot all summer long. I knew this would happen. Doesn't take any time to switch gears and start complaining about it's so cold. I'd rather have the heat than the cold any day. All right, clear lines, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Good to have you with us. Trust your week's going well. Midweek coming on. It is 844-844-3388. Horse Feathers sends me a link from the John Force Racing Team, which I guess we all could say we saw that coming after that horrific crash, which almost took his life. Now contending with, I'd say, some permanent damage to the brain. I didn't expect he'd ever get behind the wheel and try it again, but John Force announces retirement from professional drag racing after the 2025 NHRA season, marking the end of an illustrious 45-year career. So you step aside, and of course, more of the focus is on his daughters, who continue climbing the ladder in the NHRA drag racing circuit. So again, not really a surprise to me, but Plyboy mentioned the food stamps coming to an end. We're just a couple of days away now, November 1, right? And you have social media just full of TikTok and other video shorts complaining about, and in most cases they're saying, what has Trump done? Trump is taking away our food stamps right in time for Thanksgiving. That's what the Democrats want them to think. No doubt about that. Meanwhile, you've got Josh Hawley, who's trying to do anything they can to keep the food stamps flowing. It's not everyone receiving food assistance is taking advantage of the program. There are veterans in food assistance. How many elderly people rely on their food assistance? We know there are those able-bodied younger people who just game the system and rely on that and refuse to work. In some cases, you've even got those who say, well, I'm in Section 8 housing. I've got my food assistance. I've got my stipend. If I get a job, they're going to take those away from me. And that's not the way it's supposed to work. Now, there are apparently 10 Republican senators that have signed on in support thus far of a bill by Senator Hawley to fund the SNAP program as the shutdown threatens that lapse come November 1. The Keep SNAP Funded Act of 2025 would fund the program for states nationwide until the shutdown ends and the Department of Agriculture can receive their allotments through appropriations or stopgap measures. Now, he said there's no reason any of these residents in my state or any other American who qualifies for food assistance should go hungry. We can afford to provide the help, he says. Preventing debilitating poverty through the food program cost only about 1/10 of our annual defense budget, he says. He points out there are some 1.2 million SNAP beneficiaries out there that are veterans. He's kind of following the administration's move to pay the active duty military personnel during the shutdown. However, the Treasury Secretary said that the one-time exemption will not continue next month. In other words, military will not receive their check, I believe, come November 15 if the shutdown continues. Hawley's argued that spending on food aid is not an optional extra, but a benefit to Americans that aligns with our tradition of providing to those in need. Surely, it's not hard to understand why it is essential to so many people. The American economy has not been kind to working people in recent years. Yeah, what cost $100 5 years ago has cost you $125 or more today. So if you're not earning 25% more than you were 5 years ago, you're getting poorer. Yeah, that's most families in this country, and nowhere do they feel it more than at the grocery store. So at this point, 10 Republican senators who have formed a coalition to advance Hawley's bill, James Lankford of Oklahoma, Lisa Murkowski, Alaska, Susan Collins, Maine, Marsha Blackburn, Tennessee, Bernie Moreno, Ohio, Kevin Kramer, North Dakota, Bill Cassidy, Louisiana, Katie Britt, Alabama, John Husted of Ohio, John Cornyn of Texas. And this really surprises me, the only Democrat to co-sponsor the legislation is Senator Peter Welch, the Democrat of Vermont. With the Democrats are making this a major issue. Why would they not be on board 100% to keep the food assistance flowing? See, at the same time, the Department of Agriculture is now being sued by Democrat lawmakers in 25 states who say that the Department of Agriculture is legally required to keep the SNAP assistance running despite the government shutdown, warning that millions will lose their food benefits starting this weekend. I don't understand how they try to have it both ways. We'll give you more on that coming up as well. But first, lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Hurricane Melissa made landfall in Jamaica today as a catastrophic Category 5 storm with 185-mile-per-hour winds, the strongest ever recorded on that island. Authorities warn of life-threatening flooding, landslides, and a 13-foot storm surge. Up to 1.5 million people could be affected, and the storm is moving towards southeastern Cuba and the Bahamas. Melissa has now returned to sea as a Category 3. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Democrats are to blame for the government shutdown, accusing them of voting 13 times to keep it closed and demanding billions for left-wing projects and benefits for illegal aliens. Johnson says Republicans just want to reopen the government responsibly. Talk of changing the Senate filibuster to end the government shutdown is fading among Republicans. Key GOP senators, including Thune, Murkowski, and Kennedy, say they will not alter the 60-vote rule, although a few, like Tuberville and Collins, leave the door slightly open. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
In our discussion about daylight savings time coming to an end this weekend, back to standard. Angela says daylight savings needs to end. It's ridiculous. Meanwhile, Drummer Girl checking in from Northeast Philly with 53 degrees, cloudy skies. It's pretty much exactly where we are outside the secret bunker. 52 with clouds. Buckeye Boy checks in from Jackson, Georgia. A chilly 47 degrees tonight. Not like the 80 plus I had in Florida. All right, I'm going to head to the restroom, back to sleep. Had to get up very early Tuesday morning to do my delivery. I got my 2 pickups done. Headed back today. Then we'll deliver near Atlanta. Then I'm taking off until November 7th. Then losing and headed back to Scottsdale, Arizona. Yeah, I loved watching John Force run. All right, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. And he also chimed, he said, Secretary Duffy said it takes $9 billion to fund SNAP. And they just don't have that laying around in an account. Yeah, the monthly numbers, I think it's $140-something billion annually. And then you've got administrative costs. So, 20-30 billion on top of that. So back to the lawsuit being filed now by 25 states. The plaintiffs include attorneys general from 22 states and the District of Columbia, along with the governors of Kansas, Kentucky, and Pennsylvania. The suit was supposed to be filed this past day in Massachusetts District Court. They contend that the Department of Agriculture must continue issuing SNAP benefits as long as funding is available, and they're asking the court to order them to use contingency funds that were appropriated by Congress to keep the program operating. You've got none other than New York's Attorney General Letitia James, one of those in the lawsuit, saying millions of Americans about to go hungry because the federal government's chosen to withhold food assistance that it's legally obligated to provide. Up to 42 million Americans rely on SNAP benefits, a.k.a. food stamps. Now, the Department of Agriculture says on their website that it will not allocate new funding while the shutdown continues, meaning no benefits starting November 1. An unprecedented situation in the program's 60-year history. The states argue that by not using contingency funds, the USDA is violating the Food and Nutrition Act, which protects access to food assistance, and are acting arbitrarily and capricious in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. The lawsuit is seeking a temporary restraining order requiring the agency to continue benefits through the month of November. Now, a Department of Agriculture spokesperson responding to questions about the lawsuit commented, "We are approaching an inflection point for the Senate Democrats who continue to hold out for the far left wing or reopen the government so mothers, babies, and the most vulnerable among us can receive timely WIC and SNAP allotments." Apparently, the October benefits were funded before the shutdown began that allowed operations to continue temporarily. The agency's website blames Senate Democrats for the lapse, stating, quote, "Senate Democrats have now voted it's 13 times to not fund the food stamp program. Bottom line, the well has run dry. At this time, there will be no benefits issued November 1. Before the shutdown, the Department of Agriculture said in a planning document that they could rely on multi-year contingency funds to maintain benefits. That document has since been removed from the website. The department has since told state SNAP directors that they don't have the funding to pay full benefits in November if the shutdown continues. In a follow-up memo, the Department of Agriculture said contingency funds are not legally available to cover regular benefits. They are reserved for emergencies like a natural disaster. So this is kind of uncharted territory, right? Diverting money from other programs, they said, would reduce funding for school meals and infant formula. The shutdown has also put the risk of the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for women, infants, and children, the WIC program, that provides free food and formula to low-income mothers and children under the age of 5. Just like SNAP, WIC could face a funding shortfall if this shutdown continues in November. As I just mentioned, there are 10 Republican senators joining Josh Hawley, backing legislation to keep SNAP funded as the shutdown threatens to halt benefits. Again, just one Democrat to date has signed off on support for that particular measure. All right, rest of the story. We mentioned the possibility of maybe the Aurora Borealis. Forecasters at NOAA's Space Weather Prediction Center predicting possible geomagnetic storm conditions for this morning, the 28th into the 29th, with a chance of a moderate storm if conditions intensify. The UK Met Office echoing that forecast, predicting the northern lights could dip into latitudes around Scotland or the northern U.S., depending on the timing and the strength of the incoming solar wind. Combination of a fast solar wind from a large Earth-facing coronal hole and possible influence from a weak coronal mass ejection that arrived on the 27th could cause the solar wind speeds to climb significantly this morning, which, if it comes to fruition, would be great news for aurora chasers. According to the KP Index forecast, geomagnetic storming is expected to fluctuate between active and storm levels through the evening of October 29, making tonight and maybe tomorrow night ideal windows. Based on the NOAA forecast map, they said that there are some 14 U.S. states that are either fully or maybe partially in line to be able to catch the view of some auroras, stretching from, obviously, Alaska, but Montana, North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Washington State, portions of Idaho, maybe even South Dakota, Michigan, Vermont, New Hampshire, Wyoming, Iowa, New York. As we know, auroras are really unpredictable. Even if you're within the view line, you'd still have to have cloud-free skies, minimal light pollution, a clear view northward, and a little bit of luck to actually catch the show. So we'll see if that all comes together or not this early Wednesday morning. If we go back in time, and I do recall this, it was exactly 22 years ago this past day, the 28th, that one of the most powerful CMEs of the space age struck the Earth's magnetic field. That impact kick-started what became known as the Halloween storms. It was actually, this is what Space Weather said on October 29, 22 years ago today, back in 2003. At the time, reading an extreme geomagnetic storm is in progress following the impact of a CME in the United States. Auroras have appeared as far south as Georgia, California, New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, Oklahoma. There were even photographs shared, not far from Houston, Texas, if you can believe. A photographer that snapped the wonderful picture of red auroras. Now, at the time, they said the prospect for more auroras are good, mainly because the interplanetary magnetic field near the Earth has tilted sharply south, a condition that promotes geomagnetic activity. That was the time, as I said, I recall working at my previous gig, of course, during the overnight hours. It was, although we were kind of in a downtown area at the time, our studios were located on a hilltop, not where they relocated to. And I remember going out on the balconies, like 2 o'clock in the morning, and several of us, it was very faint, but that's the one time in my life I recall seeing, it was just kind of a hue of, a blotch of red in the sky. Not much to be seen with the naked eye. And most of these beautiful pictures you see of the northern lights are taking extended exposures with the likes of a smartphone or a time lapse with the good old-fashioned camera. Meanwhile, we got clear lines, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Yes, James, good morning. Talking about the lawsuit, the SNAP benefits filed in where? Massachusetts. Well, there's a method to their madness where you go find, in most cases, the most liberal judge you can possibly find. He says, yep, I sense another district court judge is going to make another illegal nationwide injunction. I see it coming, yep. Meanwhile, under industry headlines, we've had much discussion about non-domiciled CDLs as of late. How did the U.S. Postal Service get caught right up in the middle of this? And it's a mess. When Secretary Sean Duffy announced the emergency interim final rule restricting non-domiciled CDLs, significant disruptions in the trucking and supply chain industries. These rules addressing widespread abuse of the issuance of these licenses to immigrants, as we know. This interim rule requires that states immediately stop issuing new non-domiciled CDLs, but actually created a 2-year phase-in period before all non-domiciled CDLs are invalidated. Now, those non-domiciled CDLs are originally intended in 2017 to allow drivers residing in one state to obtain a license in another. Evolved over time to include non-U.S. residents, sometimes without even proper work permits. We had the DOT audit that revealed that at least 200,000 such licenses were issued. Over 25% in California were improperly granted. It was March of 2019, the FMCSI provided some regulatory guidance stating that foreign drivers with employment permits or unexpired passports and Customs and Border Protection arrival departure records could obtain non-domiciled CDLs. However, many states failed to verify permits or even look at expiration dates, leading to concerns over fraud and safety. The growth of these licenses coincided with that explosive increase in trucking capacity, contributing now to the longest freight recession in history due to a glut of truck drivers. Well, here a few weeks ago, and I remember sharing this, the U.S. Postal Service, you'll recall, implemented a policy banning the loading of contractors using drivers with non-domiciled CDLs. Remember that? They were trying to follow the federal guidelines on immigration and transportation. Facilities were instructed to not load trailers hauled by such drivers as part of the efforts to improve safety across the network of asset carriers and brokers handling local, regional, even cross-country work. Now, the policy's impact was almost immediate, they say, resulting in canceled loads, widespread disruptions, Postal Service operations heavily reliant, apparently, on these drivers, saw trips missed, sorts delayed, exposing vulnerabilities in the postal line haul network. Within a matter of days, the U.S. Postal Service reversed the ban, deeming the service and cost impacts were too severe for an abrupt change. Somehow or another, this kind of highlights how many non-domiciled drivers are out there playing in the mail delivery system. U.S. Postal Service Senior Vice President of Logistics addressed suppliers in a call trying to explain the reversal, stating, "We didn't understand the magnitude of how many people were using non-domiciled CDLs, and quite honestly, the amount of omits was astronomical. And right now, I'm not willing to impact service that bad." He said, "What we're announcing is, as of right now, you can go back to using non-domiciled CDL drivers while emphasizing that other rules, such as the English proficiency and the 2 drivers per truck, still apply." Now, initially, they planned a delayed ban until January 1, but supplier pushback, they said, led to indications that a full ban currently has an uncertain implementation date. The proliferation of non-domiciled CDLs to migrants have caught so many veteran trucking executives off guard. For years, the industry's been trying to understand how capacity has grown so substantially. Since the FMCSA permitted foreigners to get a non-domiciled CDL in March of 2019, we now know over 200,000 have been issued. In that same period, the trucking industry has added more than 310,000 trucks, which flooded the market with too much capacity. Due to that massive surge, The industry has now been suffering from the longest downturn in history, dubbed the Great Freight Recession. Started in March of 2022, has continued unabated to this day. The primary culprit is a way oversupplied trucking market. The elimination of non-domiciled CDL's pool will have a significant impact on the freight market as these drivers leave the service. After all, depending on how many of the 200,000 non-domiciled are currently active in hauling freight, it could wipe out 5% of truckload capacity in the market when all is said and done. The other policies, English language proficiency, could have a big impact on capacity over time as truck drivers that fail to speak, read, and understand gradually get put out of service. There's only so many you can inspect at a time, right? An insurance executive at a large agency suggested at least 10% of the truck drivers on the road would fail an inspection if they were tested for English proficiency today. 10%. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Hurricane Melissa made landfall in Jamaica today as a catastrophic Category 5 storm with 185-mile-per-hour winds, the strongest ever recorded on that island. Authorities warn of life-threatening flooding, landslides, and a 13-foot storm surge. Up to 1.5 million people could be affected, and the storm is moving towards southeastern Cuba and the Bahamas. Melissa has now returned to sea as a Category 3. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Democrats are to blame for the government shutdown, accusing them of voting 13 times to keep it closed and demanding billions for left-wing projects and benefits for illegal aliens. Johnson says Republicans just want to reopen the government responsibly. Talk of changing the Senate filibuster to end the government shutdown is fading among Republicans. Key GOP senators, including Thune, Murkowski, and Kennedy, say they will not alter the 60-vote rule, although a few, like Tuberville and Collins, leave the door slightly open. President Trump is praising Japan following a meeting with the country's first female prime minister.
The two leaders didn't address the press, but did stand for a ceremonial welcome as the national anthems for both countries were played.
Anytime you have any question, any doubt, anything you want, any favors you need, anything I can do to help Japan, we will be there. We are an ally at the strongest level.
They held bilateral discussions on security, trade, and Japan's defense spending, with Trump praising the alliance between the two nations. It was the latest stop on a multi-day trip to Asia that includes a high-stakes sit-down with Chinese President Xi in South Korea later this week. Trump administration says it's closer to securing a trade deal with that communist nation. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with fresh record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 161 points, the S&P 500 added 15 points, and the Nasdaq rising 190 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Beginning November 1st, Oklahoma hospitals will be required to post their prices online in a consumer-friendly format under a new state law. Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt says the move makes sense, letting patients shop around for the best care at the best price.
We want to know, and we should be able to know, how much things cost and not be surprised by humongous medical bills.
Consumers can visit individual hospital websites or check oklahomahospitalprices.org for a full list of hospital prices. The Washington Department of Ecology is launching the Rails, Keels, and Wheels grant to fund zero-emission vehicles.
Using money from the Volkswagen settlement, $25 million will be used to replace diesel engine vehicles with electric. Ecology Director Casey Sixkiller says it's a unique moment for both businesses and nonprofits to shape diesel reduction efforts in Washington. Businesses, nonprofits, and large vehicle operators can apply for the grants. I'm Brad Ford.
Visitors to federal parks might want to avoid using public restrooms.
Many across the U.S. haven't been cleaned since the government shutdown began weeks ago, so the facilities are a little worse for the wear. Some parks, such as Rock Creek in Washington, D.C., have set up porta-johns. Sanitation crews from the National Park Service are among the 9,000 plus of the agency's 14,500 employees furloughed. I'm Jim Roop.
Ew! And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Keep the bugs off your glass. and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Our look back at the national champions from 2025 continues this week as we move on to two-wheel drive trucks. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, I'm the voice of the NTPA Overnight Report, Greg Hunter. With 10 national hooks in 2025, the competition was fierce. Due to Mother Nature, the season came down to only 7 hooks for the 2025 championship, and the top guns of two-wheel drive pulling did not disappoint. Now is the time we say congratulations Chase Richardson, as he piloted Suffering Sanity with a fresh new wrap from Busch Light to the Grand National title. Even though Farley wasn't a Grand National pull, the biggest names in pulling made the trip to Iowa, including Chase, where he took a 6th and 16th in the 2 hooks. When the Grand National season officially started, Chase thought he'd get 2 hooks in at Toma, but rain canceled both sessions, earning all that made the trip to the Cheese State 15 points. That didn't slow the 41 Willys down, though. He went to Fort Recovery and put the Willys into 3rd with a pull of 323, and that's where the momentum started. Going back to Iowa for the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell, there was more rain that delayed the first night of pulling, which nobody could master, including our future champ. On night 1, Suffering Sanity could only manage 6th place points with a hook of 339 on Thursday, before coming back on Saturday with a hook of 327, which earned him 4th place points. And this is where the trajectory started pointing up for Chase. Going into Napoleon, Ohio, the one-day hook was a hot afternoon with the hook happening at 5 p.m. That didn't stop Chase, as he went 305, earning 3rd place points as the last 3 hooks of the season were on the horizon. As the haulers made the trip to Bowling Green in mid-August, Chase was really hitting his stride. The first hook on Thursday in Poletown was a big one, going 336, which earned him 1st place points. And then on Saturday, 321 was good enough for 2nd place points. Then everyone made the trip to the Enderley Pull-Off to wrap up the Grand National season. And the Willys did exactly what Chase needed it to do: get first, which locked up the title once again for Chase. To recap the season, Chase had 1 first in Poletown on Thursday, 3 top 5s, 7 top 10s. Not bad for a season where Mother Nature slowed the start. Rounding out the top 10 in the two-wheel drive category were Jason Sullivan and his 2008 Dodge Cornburner in 2nd, only 6 points behind the champ. In 3rd, Russ Nichols had his 4 he calls On the Edge, only 8 points behind the champ, and 2 points from 2nd. 4th went to Jacob Shepard and the Alcohol Addiction Retapped. 5th was Kelly Nichols and One Fine Edge. 6th went to Mad Max and Alan Kane. 7th was Donnie Sullivan and Big Stick. 8th was the duo of Brent and Christiane Seacrest with Nothing Easy About It. 9th was RJ Simon and Simon Says Chevy. And rounding out the top 10 was Joe Frazier and Come Around Sundown. Even though Mother Nature slowed the start of the 2025 season, it was action-packed and full of big distances. You can relive the 2025 season every week on RFD TV with NTPA Championship Pulling. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. And remember, pull hard.
All right, a new day underway. Midweek coming on, 29th day of October. And we're about to close out another month here. Hey, where everybody at? Clear lines 844-844-3388. Coming up, we'll take a look at cargo theft. Cargo theft across North America, rapidly evolving. First, let's take a look at, we'll call it the markets update. What's going on? Today, of course, Wednesday, expectation of a Fed rate cut. 1/4 point is what they're kind of banking on. See if that all comes to fruition. Will that lead to yet another record high? If you noticed, we've seen record highs being set. Yesterday, once again, record highs on the stock market. When you have these day after day after day record, at some point you begin to say, hey, we got a little bit of a bubble growing here. At what point you say, and it's not unusual, you need a correction. Don't know if we're getting close to that point or not, but I'm just thinking we may be. The headline, will Elon leave the chair of Tesla? that's the chair of the board, warned that Elon Musk may leave the company if his $1 trillion package isn't approved. What are we talking about here? Last week, Musk urged shareholders to approve a $1 trillion package that would grant him more shares and control over the company. He says he needs the extra shares to feel comfortable leading Tesla's robot army. Well, the vote will be taking place on November 6th, about a week away. Meanwhile, Qualcomm goes after NVIDIA. Qualcomm stock ripped higher Monday after announcing new artificial intelligence chips. The company's hoping to be able to compete with chip makers like NVIDIA and AMD. Qualcomm's new chips will be designed to help run data centers, a fast-growing component of AI adoption. Another AI headline, PayPal. PayPal shares surged more than 10% after announcing a partnership with OpenAI. This is a big week for earnings reports. This past day, some of the big companies reported included SoFi, PayPal, UPS, Visa, United Healthcare. Here on Wednesday, we'll look for earnings reports coming down from Boeing. Question mark there. Facebook, a.k.a. Meta, Microsoft, Alphabet, Chipotle. Thursday, big names reporting will include the likes of Amazon, Apple, Coinbase, and Eli Lilly. All right. U.S.-listed rare earth mineral companies had a rough start to the new week. Critical metals down 13.7%. USA Rare Earths down over 8%. MP Materials down 7.4%. What's going on? Well, the U.S. and China could actually finalize a trade deal, which would include China loosening controls on their rare earth exports. Overall, the stock market rallied on that news of a U.S.-China deal, but obviously the rare earths in the U.S. could go down. Many eyes, there are more eyes on Argentina's election process since the U.S. had pledged $40 billion in support to that country. Sunday, Argentine President Javier Milei came out ahead in the midterm elections. That helped the peso strengthen 8% against the U.S. dollar. Argentine bond prices went up. All right, Amazon, the announcement they're slashing their workforce. Amazon is carrying out one of the biggest rounds of layoffs ever. Initial reports had said nearly 30,000 jobs. That was reduced this past day to about 14,000 set to lose their jobs. The company said they had overhired during the pandemic, and they're now laying off corporate employees in a bid to save money. Those cuts would make up about 5% of the corporate workforce, but it's a whole lot less when it comes down to the big picture. I think so. How many million employees does Amazon, a big employer? All right. Electric vehicles. Well, why should cars have all the fun going electric? Well, there's a guy apparently looking to make electrified boats by reviving a technology that started in the 1800s, the hydrofoil. Now, they say the boats can reduce emissions by 80%. And because they hover, there's no seasickness. All I know is batteries and water don't tend to work well together, the last I checked. All right, we'll get to Send Your Heat Wave here this early Wednesday. What's going on, Heat Wave?
Oh, good morning, senor. Oh, not a whole lot. I just got up listening to your thing about electric boats.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, that's shocking.
Uh-huh.
No, not a whole lot happening here. Just got up. Anybody goes into the Loves just outside of Vicksburg, Mississippi, I want to tell you something. They've got construction going on to begin with, so that's strike number one. Number two, they don't have a whole lot of signs guiding you to where you need to be. And three, that damn parking lot in there is just full of people. I guess there's a lot more traffic here on 10, or 20 rather, here on this part of the country than there is back in New Mexico and California. Not California, screw that. Arizona. I mean, this is a big difference out here. I understand that there's reports that some of the Walmarts and grocery stores are going to be shutting their doors on the 3rd in anticipation of the potential riots or people that are going to be coming up there.
I mentioned last evening, I mean, I've seen some of these where they're saying, they're actually pinpointing a time, like 6:30 on that evening. We're all going to go in, take our stuff, and so I kind of wondered if some of these stores would preemptively try to make, to prevent loss prevention.
Well, as long as they don't try to firebomb our Walmart, then, crazy things have happened, especially under Democrat control. And with these Democrats trying to force the issue of funding illegal alien health care, if the Republican were to have done that, they would have been screaming bloody damn murder. Oh, we can't have this. No. But since it's their potential voters that Trump's getting kicked out of the country, I put this squarely on Schumer because he's scared of AOC. And then the idea of AOC being a VP candidate with Kamala Harris?
Right.
Good night. I mean, Dumb and Dumber. I mean, if they really think, if Kamala really thinks she was that close to winning the presidential election, she's nuttier than just a squirrel drunk on nuts, I mean, the only thing she's been public service to, she's always, I've been in public service and it's my calling. Well, why don't you go ahead and service old Willie Brown like you've done in the past? We don't need to have anything like that running the country. And Gavin Newsom, he ain't no damn better. Really, truly, I think the only one of the Democrats, if they wanted to run, that would give the Republican nominee a good run for the money, I think, would be Josh Shapiro. I think, because I really, from what I have seen, he's got a head on his shoulders and he hasn't said anything stupid. So, this is going to be interesting coming up, and I wish they would stop screaming, I'm running for president, just as soon as the president-elect has gotten elected. They really haven't given Trump a whole lot of chances, especially during his first term. They kept on throwing these lawsuits at him, so he was burning the candle at both ends, trying to work for the people and then trying to get his lawyers to make sure that, he was defended properly. So his time was split both ways. Now, if we could just have him, the Democrats, leave him alone and let him run 100% instead of 80% during this term with his attention on the people, I mean, just imagine how much more faster the recovery would be. So with that said, I don't know. Well, some people are going to say, well, you can't hide money. I went to Camping World that big old place that's got a football-sized flag. I went there on Sunday just to look and just to talk to people to figure out what I would need for a potential future buy. And looks like I bought one. Damn it. It's a 2026 Jayco Sport LX something or another. It's got a solar panel on top. It's got these little travel trailers, they ain't too much, but I mean, what they got inside are really nice. This one here could sleep 4 easily, 6. It's got the bunkhouse where there's bunk beds in the front, or in the back rather, and main master in the front, and then the couch and the dining table drop down, pull out. So, and they said it retails for $34,000, and so they were selling it for $23,000, and it's brand new. I was like, wow. So yeah, my resolve to stay firm was kind of like trading in the Camaro. I just wanted to look at the cars, and I wound up getting one. Damn it.
Isn't that the way it works? I'm just here to browse. The next thing you know, 5 hours later, you're pulling out with your new vehicle. They got you.
Yeah, they did. So I'm such a sucker. I mean, if somebody wanted to sell me a bridge in Arizona, I'd probably buy it. So, but I'm supposed to take charge of it off the lot here Sunday, so we'll see what happens. So I mean, it's really nice. I don't know. The Lady Heatwave says if we had a travel trailer, maybe we could go out for a little bit. And I'm thinking, well, we didn't really have the time to do it before getting it. Now we're going to have to find time to justify the $380 payment a month for this thing. So I don't know. Maybe we could just do a staycation, just take everything, put it in that camper, and stay out there in the front yard. I don't know. I guess we'll figure something out. Well, you have a good night, Senor. We'll holler at you later.
All right, thanks for checking in there, Senor Heatwave. Find a way to stay warm. It's freezing at your home 20 there in Albuquerque. I have seen many of the videos we talked about the last couple of nights about threatening to go into the grocer, or in many cases they actually, for some reason, specifically mention Walmart. Yeah, if they don't get their SNAP benefits, I'm just going to take what I need. I ain't going hungry. I got kids to feed, right? Yahoo News breaks it down like this. Yeah, rumors, they say, that Walmart's going to lock their doors due to the SNAP benefits facing cuts during the shutdown have sparked a flurry of TikTok claims that the retail giant is only going to allow online orders and parking lot pickup. The online ire being fueled by unverified claims that those losing their SNAP benefits are planning to loot Walmart stores. Yeah, which that's, I mean, the videos, it's all there on social media to be seen. There are 2 TikTok videos, one that has 1.7 million views as of yesterday, have amplified rumors that Walmart stores will close November 1. Doors locked. Shoppers only allowed to place online orders. Another video with over 1.1 million views as of this past day, claiming Walmart's decision came after, quote, y'all kept acting a fool saying what you're going to do when you all don't get your SNAP benefits. The second video claims and I quote, the Brokies made a threat to Walmart, that they'd go straight to Walmart for everything they need. Brokies, I've never heard of that. Brokies, a slang term, they say, used as a way to describe those that have little or no money. Yahoo News says, here's what we know about Walmart's response to those claims, how and why the rumors started, and why they claim it's been entirely misunderstood. Are they closing in November? No, they say. Walmart is not locking their doors, nor are any stores closing their doors on November 1 due to any reasons related to the government shutdown, snap cuts, or alleged rumors of planned thefts or riots or loots. Now, that according to a spokesperson that spoke to Snopes this week. Unverified social media claims swirling online, being fed by those now viral videos. Let's see. Walmart is not closing November 1. Videos claiming the SNAP beneficiaries made threats. Rumors is just what it is. Rumors. So that's what, according, they've several different reports pretty much saying the same thing. Walmart is one of the largest retailers that actually process SNAP benefit transactions. It's the cards that look like a debit card to purchase food and other basic necessities. Walmart, they say, accounts for 24% of SNAP shoppers' total spending. That's it. So you could do the math. If it's $9 billion worth of SNAP benefits, nearly a quarter of that $9 billion monthly that's sent out to SNAP cards is actually spent at Walmart locations. All right. About 42 million people in the U.S. receiving some form of SNAP benefits. So, all right, we'll get it. We'll make it official. Hey, what day is it? Mike, coming up here. First, we'll get a news break, other industry headlines. We've had a lot of focus on, a lot of discussion, I should say, about beef prices as of late, trying to bring those prices down. For those coffee drinkers, those trying to get that caffeine fix to start your day every day, you're paying a whole lot more as well. Updates on that coming your way just ahead. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and finance options. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Hurricane Melissa made landfall in Jamaica today as a catastrophic Category 5 storm with 185-mile-per-hour winds, the strongest ever recorded on that island. Authorities warn of life-threatening flooding, landslides, and a 13-foot storm surge. Up to 1.5 million people could be affected, and the storm is moving towards southeastern Cuba and the Bahamas. Melissa has now returned to sea as a Category 3. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Democrats are to blame for the government shutdown, accusing them of voting 13 times to keep it closed and demanding billions for left-wing projects and benefits for illegal aliens. Johnson says Republicans just want to reopen the government responsibly. Talk of changing the Senate filibuster to end the government shutdown is fading among Republicans. Key GOP senators, including Thune, Murkowski, and Kennedy, say they will not alter the 60-vote rule, although a few, like Tuberville and Collins, leave the door slightly open. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, right about the halfway point here on a Wednesday. Our number, 844-844-3388. Looking at the satellite photo from meteorologist Chris Vickers, who says, I don't think this will be an image I'll ever forget. No hurricane in the Atlantic Basin has ever been stronger at landfall in recorded history. Jamaica, you're going to hold a share of a rare, dire record. And it's the satellite photo of Melissa, 1 o'clock Eastern time this past day, officially making landfall. Records, strongest landfall by wind at 185 miles per hour. Strongest landfall by pressure at 892 millibars. That actually tied the 1935 Labor Day hurricane as the all-time strongest. Yeah, undoubtedly the strongest hurricane in Jamaica's history. So now that the winds begin to subside, and of course when the sun comes up here on a Wednesday morning there, begin to get some of the true images, the scope, the breadth of destruction that has occurred over especially the western portions of the island there. When all was said and done, Kingston came out. I don't know that Kingston even got in on hurricane force winds. They were far enough to the east. Dodged a bullet. Well, what do you say, Horse Feathers?
Oh, I guess it's that time of the week again, huh? So I guess we should do, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
One last time in the month of October, Hope Day.
There you go. Yeah, this month's just come and gone, just like all the rest of them. So were they able to evacuate any of the people at Jamaica over there up to the resort areas and up to Kingston and try to get them out of the bad spots of Jamaica, or did they just leave the lower class population down there wherever they were at?
Supposedly there were some 15,000 people in shelters, whatever that consisted of, but that's a small slice of their population.
Yep. So I did see there was a report there from one of the resort areas there, and they were having people stay in their rooms and put a mattress up against any glass and push the dresser or tables and chairs and stuff up against that after they put it there to try to help protect them from whatever. But did you notice that all the people on the island were trying one way or another to evacuate, to do something to, not have to weather the storm as bad as what it was going to look like it was going to be? But all the news sources, your big news channels and your weather channels and all that, they took all their people, made their employees go there to stand out there in the weather and hold a microphone and tell everybody how bad it was. Now, if Hot Shot Secret said, hey, Steve, we need you to go to Jamaica to report on this hurricane, what would your reply to them be?
I don't want to be there.
Exactly. Ain't going. Sorry. No. I value my life more than what your insurance policy is going to pay.
Well, I was kind of wondering.
Yeah.
I didn't I don't have access to the Weather Channel anymore because I cut the cable. I've got Fox Weather. Did they send some people down there to have live coverage?
The only channel that I was watching that I knew about was NBC there, and yes, they did have a reporter that had to go there, and he was down in Kingston, so he didn't experience the extreme, of the full force and front of the hurricane.
Yes.
But still, they didn't know that when they sent him there. I mean, as far as we knew, Jamaica itself was just going to be wiped right off the map and, no longer in existence the way we knew it. And that was pretty much the prediction even you've been talking about. You and Philip have been talking about for the last 2 days.
I think New Hope is going to be in that category. Well, when the sun comes up, when they dealt with those sustained 180, they had gust up to 220. I shudder to think what it's going to look like over there.
Yeah. So anyways, when the news reporter was there, they were talking about how strong the winds were, and they had this little flimsy gazebo they watched blow over in the wind. Mm-hmm. It's like, okay, that just really proves what no.
Yes, devastation.
Anyways, because we watched the gazebo blow over, and it wasn't even a very strongly built one to begin with. But anyways, so last night I tried to get back to you there before I had to head to the house, and within about 8 miles of my parking spot, we had this little four-legged creature. I think it was Bambi's daddy or something, possibly, and decided to run as fast as it could into the side of the front bumper of the truck there, and so we had it shoved back into the front tire, and it was rubbing the rest of the way back to the parking spot, but not anything that was going to do any severe damage. So we rode it on back to the parking spot there and got the tow strap out of the pickup and wrapped it around my pickup there is the F350, so it's got the straight axle for the four-wheel drive in the front, so big round pipe. So put the tow strap around that, and then hooked both hooks on the bumper and pulled it back out from the tires, so it was good to go. But that took the most of the damage there. But none of the lighting or anything that would disqualify the truck from going down the road got damaged. So anyways, we're still able to run it and do our work until we decide what all is gonna get replaced and when it's gonna happen. But anyway, so right now the front end's a little uglier than what it, just being dirty, So, but anyways, yeah, I have no idea the fatality or the demise of the deer. I assumed the way it hit, and I'm pretty sure I felt it go under wheels, that its demise was pretty immediate. But the section of road I was on there is quality Pennsylvania highway, and has a shoulder that's about 3/4 of the width of a vehicle, and well, I just wasn't in real wanting to stop and be partly in a travel lane, so I just continued on down the road the 2 miles to my exit, and so hopefully somebody else could find what was there or call in and have things cleaned up that needed to be, but there wasn't any place for me to any safe place for me to try to even think about it. And as I say, after the deer hit the bumper there, I could feel in the steer wheel that there wasn't anything severely rubbing or anything. So as I say, we went on down the road and got off the exit we were supposed to, and checked it out right at that point, and was still good enough to drive the next 7 miles back to the parking spot. So, anyways, there. I don't know. I guess is Heat Wave there? Is he getting set up that when Lady Heat Wave and his daughter there, because they like to stay a little bit cooler than the other people in the house.
Yeah.
If they get the air conditioning going real cold or something, he can go out there in that travel camper trailer and be able to be at the temperature he'd like to be at. I'm just thinking, Your Honor. And the other thing is that he's all set now. He can get that all hooked up to whatever vehicle he's going to pull it around with, and he can go down there to his local Buc-ee's now, and he can pull right in, because Buc-ee's love RV people. So he can pull right into Buc-ee's and go in and have the full Buc-ee's experience now. What do you think of that? Of course, I still, if I had the chance to go by Buc-ee's, I'll give them the double bird on the way by. I wouldn't give them a nickel. So anyways, I got a brother-in-law there that I think I told you that transports horses and that, and actually, there's two of them that kind of, one helps out the other one once in a while. So the one that was helping out, the one that does the transporting there, he got told by his brother to, hey, swing into Buc-ee's. The fuel's cheap there, and fill up the truck, and they got a reserve tank in the back, and fill that up, because I guess they don't mind horse trailers, so horse trailers are all right. So he went in, and he had a gallon freezer bag, the Glad gallon freezer bags. He had one of them with him. And he went over to the ice dispenser at the fountain drink thing, and he filled it up with ice to just have some ice cubes with him to chew on or keep stuff cool in the cooler and that. The manager came running out the parking lot, chased him down for stealing ice. He just got done buying 250 gallons of fuel, and the manager came out in the parking lot and accused him of stealing ice, and that if he wanted it, he had to go back in and pay for it. So he handed him the bag of ice and says, here's your ice back. I don't need it.
Wow.
But you imagine that, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way that place is, So kind of just guess that's what it is. And so what do you think of the AI deal there and Amazon? I mean, are the people getting what they wish for, Your Honor? I mean, all these people that wanted technology and AI and said how great it's going to be to have all this high technology and AI, and oh, wait a minute, they're losing their jobs now. What? How did that happen? What?
Yep.
Why, Your Honor?
Just a few weeks ago, the boss man said AI was going to replace a bunch of jobs.
Yeah. And, of course, with Kamala's name being out there and all that, you realize AI is 2 words, right?
Yeah, thank you, Kamala.
A and I are 2 words. Okay. I always thought it was 2 letters, but I guess it's 2 words now. But anyways, so I don't know. Other than that, that's about what we got going for you. I don't know where the rain's coming from, but they're saying we're supposed to have rain showers later today, overnight, into tomorrow morning. But after midday or something on Thursday there, tomorrow morning, it's supposed to all kind of be cleared off, and looks like it's going to be dry in the Mid-Atlantic for the weekend again after that. So I guess with that, we'll let you go back to doing what you need to do there and your due diligence and see what else you can come up with for us, Your Honor.
Thank you for making it official. Not the greatest day of the week, but hump day. Yeah, as far as Amazon, they revised what was initially reported as like 30,000, approximately 14,000 corporate positions, as the CEO turns to, there it is, artificial intelligence to streamline the company's workforce and reduce expenses. Andy Jassy had warned the company's employees that AI-driven job reductions would be coming soon. Bloomberg reports that in a major restructuring move, Amazon.com removing roughly 14,000 corporate jobs across various departments, including logistics, payments, video games, cloud computing. As I mentioned, initial reports put the job cuts at like 30,000. Now, that may include future waves of layoffs beyond these initial cuts. Just months after Andy Jassy warned that the increasing use of artificial intelligence would likely lead to a reduction in the company's workforce. So this is the second significant round of layoffs in the last several years. In late 22 and early 23, they cut more than 18,000 corporate employees as part of Jassy's efforts to reduce costs following the pandemic-driven boom. Since then, there have been smaller, more targeted layoffs affecting individual teams within the company. Now, while Amazon employs a total of approximately 1.55 million people as of June 30, the majority of those are the people that work in the warehouses. The corporate workforce, to be affected by the 14,000 job cuts, they have about 350,000 personnel. So that's a 4% reduction in that segment. Senior Vice President of People Experience and Technology at Amazon, in a blog post, said that the reductions are part of their ongoing effort to become stronger, reducing bureaucracy, removing layers, reallocating resources to focus on bigger bets. She noted that Amazon will continue to hire in some parts of the business, and the 14,000 figure represents an overall workforce reduction. Amazon, artificial intelligence, job reductions.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Appreciate you spending some time with us as we roll into the early hours of Hump Day. Yeah, good morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Well, I can't complain. How about you?
No, I can't complain either. Can't complain either. I'm breathing. I'm doing good.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm on my way to work. If you notice, I'm a little later than I usually am. Schedule's changing up a little bit. You might hear me a little later in the morning now. So we're gonna have a few days that are a lot later than we usually are. So
okay,
just got to thank God you got a job. I'm going to make a comment about this SNAP thing. I saw an interesting article, but news piece on this yesterday. There was a lady who's a congressman for the state of Florida. She's one of our state representatives. She said that there's 3 million people in Florida that are on SNAP. Now, I just did the population number, and there's 23.8 million people in the state of Florida. So 3 million out of those people are on SNAP. That's one person out of every 8 people in Florida is on SNAP. And her argument was that, you've got people that are trying to feed children, you've got elderly folks. And there's something that a lot of folks don't understand, Steve. Not everybody has makes the most money at their job, and there's actually people out here working that are on SNAP. I know I've been there and done it.
Yeah.
Back in the day, it was called EBT when I was on it.
Absolutely, yeah.
And it's one of those things that it's there to help you get by until you can get things better. It's not there to stay on it forever. But she is trying to get the governor. We have what they call a rainy day fund down here in Florida that has $5 billion in it. And they're lobbying the governor to try to use that to reimburse the SNAP so they can keep it going instead of, it shutting down with the government deal.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're trying to do down here. They're trying to bring it to the state level. Well, we know about what's happened with abortion and a bunch of other stuff with the state levels. Do you think that we should do that, Steve? Put up SNAP and all that in the hands of the states instead of the government?
There's a lot of states I'd say that don't have a rainy day fund. Some of them are broke.
Absolutely. If you look at Illinois, with all their taxation and everything they got going on, I don't think they've budgeted enough, and they have a lot of backup like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying we're better than them. Evidently, they've done things down here that's differently than the other states. But it's something that needs to be addressed. I mean, it can be done. But with the deal with Walmart, I work for that company, and they are going to do whatever they have to do to secure their stores. I do think there is a lot of people that shop online, but major majority of their deal, I believe, is still brick and mortar. I see the amount of online orders in our store compared to the amount of clientele that we have coming in our store, and there is absolutely no way that online would stack up over top of the folks that are walking in just to buy their stuff every day. I don't see it. They are probably going to secure their stores, I will say that much, a lot more. I mean, we've seen a lot of stuff happen to Walmart over the years with active shooters and different things going on that has changed their way of thinking with security and whatnot. So, I'm pretty sure we're going to be securing our stores a lot more.
Do your stores down there have like
people are going to?
Do you have armed security? My local Kroger that I shop at on a regular basis. There's been some incidents, and there's been there was actually a shooting in the store, and they now have an armed off-duty police officer, at the doors, pretty much during all hours of operations. There's always an officer there, sometimes two.
Well, I can't really talk about what kind of security we have at my store, but I will just say this: we get what we need to get, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And Walmart has always been that way. If they need to do it, they can get it. The one thing I have noticed about the state of Florida, and this is the state of Florida, if you're at a Walmart store, you're going to notice there's a lot more sheriff and local police around their stores.
And I'm thinking we'll probably, especially with all these rumors and whatnot, starting November 1st, we'll see more of that. Hey, we paused there. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Hurricane Melissa made landfall in Jamaica as a catastrophic Category 5 storm, the worst in that nation's history. Authorities warn of devastating winds and flooding, with recovery expected to be long and difficult. Organizations such as the American Red Cross, World Central Kitchen, and American Friends of Jamaica are mobilizing to provide food, shelter, and aid. They're accepting donations to support relief efforts. Melissa has since returned to sea as a Category 3, heading straight towards Cuba. The Senate has failed to advance a House-passed funding bill for the 13th time today, extending the 28-day shutdown. The measure failed 54-45 in the Senate, with only 3 Democrats in support. Republicans say they'll discuss expiring health care subsidies only after Democrats reopen the government, as SNAP benefits and military pay face imminent disruption. The Israel Defense Forces carried out a powerful strike in Gaza after Hamas fired at Israeli troops and launched an anti-tank missile, and that breaks the ceasefire. Israeli officials warn Hamas will pay a heavy price if it fails to return remaining hostage remains. Amazon says they are going to be cutting thousands of jobs from its corporate workforce.
In an effort to make the company leaner and less bureaucratic, Amazon is cutting 14,000 jobs from its corporate offices. The cuts are expected to be the largest in Amazon's history as corporate leaders move to invest more in AI. Amazon is the nation's second largest private employer with more than 1.5 million staffers. Wall Street analysts predict other major companies may follow Amazon's lead in cutting costs. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Wall Street closed with fresh record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 161 points, the S&P 500 added 15 points, and the Nasdaq rising 190 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A Minnesota man is facing federal charges for allegedly offering $45,000 for the killing of U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Tyler Avalos was arrested October the 16th after being accused of posting the thread on TikTok. Featured a photo of Bondi with a sniper scope red dot on her forehead, along with the text, "Wanted, Pam Bondi, reward $45,000, dead or alive, preferably dead." The post was reported to the FBI on October the 9th. Avalos has a criminal history that includes a 2022 felony stalking conviction and a 2016 misdemeanor domestic assault conviction. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A man caught carrying meth-soaked clothing through LAX is headed to prison.
On Monday, Northridge resident Raj Matharu was sentenced to 3 years behind bars. In November of 2024, he tried to board a flight from LAX to Sydney, Australia, with 2 suitcases containing more than a dozen clothing items. Prosecutors say those clothes, including a cow pajama onesie, were caked in nearly 2.4 pounds of meth. In June, Matharu pleaded guilty to 1 federal count of possession with intent to distribute methamphetamine. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Cinemark and IMAX are teaming up to open more rare 70mm screens next year.
This comes ahead of Christopher Nolan's highly anticipated The Odyssey hitting theaters in July. Nolan's preferred format is IMAX 70mm, with the first showings of The Odyssey in that rare format already sold out. The new theaters will be located in the Chicago suburb of Woodridge, Colorado Springs, and Rochester, New York. There are currently just 30 IMAX 70mm theaters in the world. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit TEL360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, get everybody on the same page as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Good to have you on board. Hump Day comes our way midweek. Hello to Toby. Sends me an email from Kellogg, Minnesota. 44 degrees. The rain is ended. We actually needed the rain, though. It's been really dry, the upper Midwest. Thanks for the shout out there, Lauren. Good to see you at the barn tonight. And Steve, thank you for the show. Everybody be safe. Toby, shout out to you. Thanks for tuning in. Meanwhile, back to, all right, Philip. So it looks like Melissa had briefly ramped back up to Category 4 between Jamaica and Cuba. It had, from between 11 o'clock, the 2 a.m. advisory headed back to 125 mile per hour sustained. So I think that's strong Category 3, but making landfall again, I think at this hour in eastern Cuba.
Yep, it's up over there. It's over Guantanamo now. And everybody knows what Guantanamo is. I mean, but this morning's going to be pretty rough in Jamaica, especially when we get daylight. That's when they're going to see what's been done.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I seen some footage yesterday from Jamaica, and it was more from like the eastern side, Kingston, and all that. And it didn't look that bad, but they were saying on the video, the guy that was shooting the video said that they could not get any footage from people that were in that area over by Black River because it had just taken out the infrastructure. It was so bad that the infrastructure is all gone. And he was pointing out there is a low-lying area that's like in a curve down in there that is loaded with residential area, and he said that place is going to flood. This guy lived on the island for almost his whole life, and he said it's going to flood in this area. We know that these people are probably, their houses are gone. You know, so when daylight hits today down there, it's going to be a sad situation, and that's usually how it is in these hurricanes. You know, that when they get out of the way, and you've got that, you know, that first day after. That's kind of the shock and awe moment, and you see stuff. And usually what happens is you just get to work. You know, you just get to work picking up crap and raking things and trying to get through things. And just, you know, depending on how bad your damage is, you know, you start working on it, and then the period of recovery begins, and it gets brutal, especially with the heat. You have no energy, you know. So it's like. Those people are going to go through a rough time. They're going to go through a real rough time, Steve. And so we all need to sit down and say a little prayer for them because they're going to go through a rough time next year or more. Because it's going to be a year or more, you know, that they're going to even to get back to some kind of normalcy. You know, I'm not so much about power and all that kind of stuff, but just normalcy and knowing that you have a place that you can come back to and call your home. You know what I mean? I mean, think about getting out of a shelter and walking down the street to your house and it's not there.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of those folks are going to be going through today. And So we'll just have to sit back and see how things play out. I know there's going to be some pretty bad pitchers coming out of Jamaica, especially in that Black River area, Montego Bay. Montego Bay is a lot of resorts there. So I mean, one of their main things is tourism down there, and
exactly,
you take the tourism away, it's going to be devastating.
The cruise operations. I think I'm trying to remember. Yeah, we did it. We've been to Jamaica. I think Montego Bay was where our port was, where we went in to the island there.
Yes, Montego Bay there's a big population of tourist, resorts and whatnot in that area, Montego Bay. It always has been. I mean, you got all kinds of resorts there, and that's generated a lot of money for the island. I mean, Kingston, yeah, I'm sure they've generated a lot of money. There's a lot of things going on there. Kingston is more like a regular town, but you look at Cuba, man. Cuba, they've already got areas that are, that are under impoverished or whatever you want to call it. I'm really not sure how I can explain it, but they don't have a lot of the infrastructure like we have here. They are way behind the times in Cuba. They don't have a power grid like we have here. Just like Puerto Rico. I know you mentioned that one the other day. That was, I think, Hurricane Maria that took the island down, and ever since then, it's never been really the same.
Yep.
They've had issues there all along, and you can only step it up so much and get involved. I mean, the Puerto Rican government needs to essentially have come to rework their whole electrical grid down there, and that's what's going to happen with Jamaica. Jamaica's going to have to go in, and they got to redo their whole grid and all that stuff. And oh, by the way, we got to feed people and make sure they have water. And I mean that's the big thing that's going to happen with the recovery. And I thought it was funny, this storm on that list that I've seen in the last 12 hours, they throw up the list as being one of the most powerful. It's right underneath Gilbert. Well, Gilbert was the last storm that hit Jamaica in 1988. That's the last storm that they had that was a direct hit like this. So that's, 37 years. I mean, but it's going to be an interesting season. We still got a month to go, guys. We got till the end of November, but they can come after November. There have been storms after November. So we just have to sit back, and it's going to get a little cool down here. Did you see that, Steve, in the weather? We're going to get a little chilly down here. We're going to get down to 50.
I saw that, yes.
But that area where that storm formed at over there, it had a lot of power sitting there waiting for it to happen. And there's still a lot of hot water out there, the Caymans and down there by Cancun and all that. It's still hot. It's still hot, and it's ready to go. And that just goes to show you that doesn't take much. I mean, do you remember Hurricane Beryl last year?
Yes.
Steve?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hurricane was the first storm that formed up that big. It became a Category 5 before it got to the lower, lesser Antilles. So you think about Grenada and islands down there. That's well away from Jamaica. And it was a Cat 5 before it got to that. And that's what you got to look at. I mean, this rapid intensification, it's something to play with. Talking about Montego Bay, actually, when that storm went out yesterday, they got the wraparound, we call it. And we got it during Hurricane Milton here. And what that is when the storm comes out the other side, it hits another body of water, it starts taking energy from that water and pushing it back on shore and causing more wind and causing more, havoc. Now, Montego Bay had an interesting scenario because they had that reverse flow like that, but they had it from the west side of the island, the water coming back at them, and they had it from the north side of the island. So they had two pieces pushing on them at the same time. Now, at the beginning of this, when it hit the one south side of the island, that was a direct hit. They were getting it from that side as well, like in and out. But when it exited the island, it was doing that to Montego Bay. Montego Bay might have just as much destruction as Black River.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they might have just as much, if not more, because of that backflow. Because when the hurricane goes out over a body of water off the land, it starts feeding that energy back because it's getting its water back again. And that water over there on the Atlantic side is warm still. And there was a lot of water that was warm just out there between Jamaica and Cuba. So that's why it kind of downfall. I'm probably down to a 3. I don't think it'll be a 4 by the time it hits, what they say, it's a 3 now when it's hit Cuba right now.
Yep, exactly.
So, but that's all I pretty much got today. I will mention one thing, though, folks. Steve, you're talking about that AI and cut jobs. I think AI is going to cut a lot of jobs in it, and these companies are going to try to slim the place up a lot. So you have a good day. Thanks, sir.
All right. Good to hear from you, Philip. Thanks for chiming in. And last I checked, the official, what they call landfall, taking place probably this hour. It's officially landfall when the center of the eye crosses land at whatever point that is. Yeah, the eye wall beginning to look a bit disheveled as it's beginning to interact with Cuba, though. So intensity, we don't get another full update till 5 a.m. Eastern time. The 2 a.m. update, a little over an hour ago, had sustained winds still at 125 miles per hour. So, I mean, major hurricane, Category 3, which... in light of the big picture, that any landmass dealing with a Cat 3 is considered to be looking at a devastating storm. All right, that morning caffeine fix, or of course for us night owls, as overnight workers, that evening fix to get our day started. The average U.S. price of a pound of ground coffee hit $9.14 last month, a 3% increase from the August average, 41% higher than a year ago, according to the government figures. Coffee prices have been increasing sharply since the start of this year. Consumer prices for food purchased at home and away from were 3% higher in September. The Labor Department reported last Friday the Consumer Price Index, which measures a broader sample of all coffee products, including instant coffee, showed U.S. coffee prices up 19% from September a year ago. The co-owner of Momentum Coffee in Chicago raising prices by about 15% last week for lattes, cappuccinos, and other drinks at her 4 locations there. She says she's paying 15% more for coffee beans compared to a year ago and had to start roasting more beans in-house trying to save money. She gets most of her beans from Africa. Other items have also got more expenses. Cups, the sleeves. Yeah, of course, the minimum wage in Chicago rose on the 1st of July to $16.60 an hour. She said, at some point, we just had to pass it along. We can't continue to eat it. Inflation has left consumers uncertain, less willing to splash out on takeout coffee, she says. According to Toast, a restaurant management system, the average price of a regular coffee at restaurants last month was $3.54. Now here is why is coffee getting so expensive to get that jolt? Outside Hawaii and Puerto Rico, there are very few places in the U.S. that can grow coffee. 99% of our coffee is imported. Brazil, the top source for U.S. coffee, 30% of the market. course, the administration imposed a 40% tariff on Brazilian products in July on top of a 10% imposed earlier. Brazilian producers have begun withholding shipments to the U.S. as they negotiate the American roasters over who's going to absorb that added cost. We have a reduced supply, according to the investment bank UBS. Colombia, which supplies 20% of the U.S. coffee market, is subject to a 10% tariff, but President Trump recently threatened to raise tariffs and end U.S. aid to Colombia. Vietnam supplies 8% of U.S. coffee market. They're subject to a 20% tariff since the summer. Last month, President Trump announced that unavailable natural resources could be exempt from tariffs for countries that have reached trade agreements with us. But so far, coffee has not won any exemptions. Heat, drought, other poor weather conditions have hurt coffee production globally. Prices have been surging. World coffee prices rose nearly 40% last year. Earlier this month, coffee prices rose after the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration declared La Niña conditions are back, raising concerns about the possibility of drought in Brazil. The risk of coffee production has some researchers trying to develop more climate-resilient varieties of coffee, they say. Now, last month, there was a group of House members that actually introduced a bill that would repeal all tariffs on coffee. We only produce 1% of coffee that Americans consume. It's one of the best examples of blanket tariffs not making economic sense. 844-844-3388. Back into
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, plenty of room for you. Rolling into a brand new day at 844-844-3388. See what Charlie has going on. Some sort of a special announcement. What's up, Charlie?
Good Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Well, Steve, I want to remind everybody of the big Halloween party at the GMA and BS Enterprises complex this Friday night. Come one, come all. We have several people that is RSVP'd in. They were going to be there, including the Bong Squad. I'm beginning to wonder about what kind of costumes they'll wear. Well, now I have some observations. I have been listening to the show here while working security of a night. Well, when I stay awake, but don't tell Gilligan. One man talked the other week about how he was watching the Flintstones, and they were in French. Now, I'm telling you what, I'm trying to figure out how the blind man watched the Flintstones. And second of all, can you imagine Fred yelling, "La Lima"? I just can't feel it, you know. Another thing, I got a message from Captain Ron earlier that he was not feeling up to snow. Now, why would Captain Ron worry about snow in Florida? I mean, he's not living in Michigan anymore. I wonder about the man. He says he's doing a little better, but he's not feeling up to snow. Now we move on to the Knucklebuster. Now, Knucklebuster, I'm trying to figure this out. You're on the road all week, it seems like, but you have a cat at home. Who's taking care of your cat while you're on the road? That's an inquiring question. Now, Pappy come out last night and admitted that he was far older than what he claimed he is. He said that his first car did not have a steering wheel. Now, I've done some research. I come up with a car that was an 1899 black that had a handle sticking up through the floor. A stick with a handle, right? A driving stick. But then again, they got to doing some more research and found some old Mercedes that had a stick and had a handle on it. So, his daughter's named Mercedes, so maybe, just maybe, that's where he got the inspiration, because his first car was a Mercedes with no steering wheel. No, I'll tell you what, I don't know about these people. It's just a little on the confusing side. Well, now we're going to move on. I'm not going to touch the Grump issue. The right-wing nut covered that. I don't think that Grump has joined the Bong Squad. Let's face it, that just does not sound like Grump. So I don't think he's dabbling in the devil's letter. Now I'm gonna make another observation. You know, I heard an Indian saying one time, as far as daylight savings time. An old Indian said one time, only a white man would cut an inch off a blanket and sew it to the other end and think he saved something. Well, Steve,
that makes sense. Believe it or not. Hey, we got to get our news break here. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Hurricane Melissa made landfall in Jamaica today as a catastrophic Category 5 storm with 185-mile-per-hour winds, the strongest ever recorded on that island. Authorities warn of life-threatening flooding, landslides, and a 13-foot storm surge. Up to 1.5 million people could be affected, and the storm is moving towards southeastern Cuba and the Bahamas. Melissa has now returned to sea as a Category 3. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Democrats are to blame for the government shutdown, accusing them of voting 13 times to keep it closed and demanding billions for left-wing projects and benefits for illegal aliens. Johnson says Republicans just want to reopen the government responsibly. Talk of changing the Senate filibuster to end the government shutdown is fading among Republicans. Key GOP senators, including Thune, Murkowski, and Kennedy, say they will not alter the 60-vote rule, although a few, like Tuberville and Collins, leave the door slightly open. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Speaking of saving not only time, but saving money when it comes to your Hot Shot Secret products, I know if you haven't, you better start thinking about stocking up on your everyday diesel treatment with Winter Defense. Anti-gel season is rapidly approaching. If you use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. That's on top of an automatic 10% for all first responders, active duty or veteran military personnel, and CDL holders. In other words, 20% off your entire order. Again, coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. HotShotSecret.com. Stock up. Well, you know, and I know, well, you should by now. President Trump loves to troll the Democrats. He's constantly saying things to get under their skin, get them all bent out of shape. And this whole thing about a third term. Yeah, to be honest, I don't think he has any desire. I mean, look, his age. But he loves playing the Democrats. And he keeps kind of eluding about a potential third term. Yeah, House Speaker Mike Johnson kind of alluded to that this past day. Johnson has built his career drawing closer to the president, said they've discussed the issue, but the speaker held the line. We're not going to do any sort of constitutional bending third term. There is no path. He mentioned that at his daily press briefing yesterday when he was addressing the government shutdown. He said he thinks Trump understands the situation. He and I have talked about the constrictions of the Constitution. He explained the 22nd Amendment does not allow a third presidential term. And changing that, that would entail a constitutional convention, I believe, a new amendment, which would be a cumbersome decade-long process, winning over states, winning over votes. It's not going to happen, okay? But I can tell you, we're not going to take our foot off the gas. We are going to deliver for the American people. We've got a great run ahead of us. We're going to have 4 strong years. Now, his remarks after just 10 months ago, into his second term, just 10 months in. He's kind of testing the powers of the presidency, repeatedly raising the idea of staying in the White House. He's had these Trump 2028 hats made, and he's handing them out to other lawmakers and visitors to the White House. He told reporters, I guess, Monday on Air Force One, during his trip to Japan, that I'd love to run again. I'd love to do it. He went on to say the Republican Party has great options for the next election. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, who was traveling with him, Vice President J.D. Vance, who visited with senators at the Capitol this past day. All I can tell you is we have a great group of people. Of course, someone suggested, how did they put it? They said, well, what about the idea of you running as vice president? And then maybe taking over as president. He dismissed that idea. You'd be allowed to do that, but I would not do that. The people wouldn't like. That's just being too cute. It would not be right. All this chit-chat about Trump, in his words and actions, is just showing how far he can push the presidency, daring anybody to try and stop him. Johnson pretty much came right out yesterday and said it, and I quote, he has a good time trolling the Democrats. I just can't help but sit back and laugh, but that's what it's all about. 844-844-3388. All right, Senor Heatwave, I do believe. Yeah, what you got going on there, Heatwave?
Yeah. I have been wanting to ask, and every time I get on the phone with you, I kind of let it slip to the side. I mean, I don't have a whole mind. It's got a lot of holes in it. It could be compared to Swiss. But anyways, I digress. Speaking of hurricanes and victims and whatnot, what has the status of those folks in the Carolinas been over the last year? You really don't hear nothing on the news about them. I'm sure they've not fully recovered, if they have recovered at all. Have you heard anything about the Carolinas and the recovery efforts going over there and the rebuilding?
It's probably been 4 or 6 weeks since I've seen any sort of update. I know they still had some roads, that had been washed out, still some road closures, but I haven't really heard an update myself.
Yeah, so I mean, the news is really good at sensationalizing, these tragedies and these incidences, but they don't do a good job of following up. In California, all we hear is, well, it's government bureaucratical red tape that's keeping these people from rebuilding. And, other than that, you don't hear anything. Is it because in California they really don't want those people rebuilding their homes? Or they just want certain people to rebuild and then let corporations come in, take over, and make mega apartments or mega condos or mega whatever, instead of having the individual own their own little space out there.
Yeah.
These things we really don't hear about. It's kind of like a fart in the wind. It's very annoying to begin with, and then after a while it dissipates and everyone forgets about it. But and why would we send $49 billion in aid to wherever it was you said, Argentina or someplace, when we've got our own issues here that we need to take care of? Is it because we need to buy our friends and keep them from going to the other side like we did in years past? I think that would, $49 billion is chump change considering the debt that we're under now. But, I remember back in the 80s, when we were at, $1 billion in debt? I mean, think about it. In the 80s, we were $1 billion in debt, I believe. And for some reason, the B-1 bomber comes in mind, so it must have been around the time that they started building the B-1 bomber, and then we gave Mexico a $52 million aid package back in the 80s, and I'm like, well, where's this money coming from? And now we're up in the trillions? Good night. How many damn toilet seats for $400 each did we buy for the military to cause this all go up, I mean, they didn't buy bolts by the pound. They bought the bolts and screws and nuts and whatever for the aircraft per bolt, per nut, per washer. It wasn't a wholesale thing. I know that they've got to be a special material, especially for a lot of these military vehicles and whatnot, but I think when we outspent the Russians and collapsed their economy back in the 80s, we sure didn't do nothing good for ours, because look at it now. But like I said, I was just wondering about the people there in the Carolinas and those in California. So, all righty, I'll let you go.
All right, I've got. I'll give you the latest. Yeah, I get the update right before me here. First, the national debt going back in time. Let's see. The historic overview. 1860, way back when, the debt was about $65 million. We were over $1 billion by 1863 during the Civil War. 1940, it was about $51 billion, growing to $260 billion after World War II. In the 80s, the debt began growing rapidly, tripling between 1980 and 90. We first crossed the $1 trillion mark, 1981. Following the Great Recession, 2008, the gross national debt reached $10.3 trillion. 2020, we saw another significant increase during the COVID pandemic. We are now here in 2025, now just surpassing the $38 trillion mark. Recovery efforts, though, you ask about Hurricane Helene. Ongoing projects. The state has about 1,500 FEMA public assistance projects totaling over $1.3 billion that are still in progress. A state budget of $276 million was approved in June to help with recovery efforts, including funds for debris removal, disaster relief, and the Disaster Relief and Resilience Fund and public assistance programs. Many communities are still dealing with the aftermath. Some face financial strain from having to pay up front for recovery efforts like debris removal before receiving reimbursement from either the state or federal government. A year after the storm, some areas are still showing lasting signs of damage, lingering debris and infrastructure, in some cases that still is impassable. South Carolina National Guard, State Guard, Department of Transportation, all on standby to provide assistance with debris clearing, rescue operations, and critical support. All right. 844-844-3388 will return in 2.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, I would presume Brother Rambler's still working on resting the vocal cords as much as possible. I'm sure he'd have a few words to say about. Yeah, of course he's a wrestling fan. The former WWE star Mike Rotunda, famously known in professional wrestling as IRS, apparently has been placed on hospice care, according to his family. 67 years old. His brother-in-law revealed the former wrestler's declining health in a recent interview with Bill Apter over the weekend. He said it's kind of tough right now. Mike is in hospice. Didn't disclose any specific details, but he said he was just a good boy. He was such a good person, never got in trouble at all his whole life. He's a good boy. WWE legend Leilani Kai also revealed Rotunda was in hospice care in a post on X, stating, "It breaks my heart to share my friend. Mike Rotunda has been placed under hospice care." He then shared a photograph from earlier in the year And I guess this Leilani is the female wrestler, right? Please keep Mike and the Rotunda family in your prayers. Best known for his work in the former World Wrestling Federation and World Championship Wrestling. He was part of a tag team with Wyndham called the U.S. Express. That pair won the WWF Tag Team Championship twice and were actually inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame last year. All right, the Anonymous Hippopotamus. Welcome back on a Hump Day.
I was going to say, I thought I recognized that name from back in the WWF days. That was kind of my era for watching wrestling there. It didn't really continue on much once it changed over to the WWE and all that, and all the trials and tribulations that they went through and drama. Seemed like there was always drama with wrestling, didn't it? But
yeah.
I guess that's what made the sport go round. But I do understand the way that Rambler there, he has the liking and want to, because of being a wrestling fan, to be a hockey fan, and like the Detroit Red Wings, because back in the day they were always one of the ones that were, if there was a chance to throw down the gloves and drop the sticks, it was they always liked being involved in that. So I see the correlation in the two there. But anyway. So, the other thing that I heard about Jamaica, and I forgot to mention this earlier, did you hear about the deadly thing in the water that the Jamaican people are going to have to be aware of? Did you hear about this?
Crocodiles?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where did the crocodiles come from, Your Honor? Aren't they like down south, like in Australia with Sylvester? I mean, we had Steve Irwin, the crocodile hunter down. When did the crocodiles get to our side of the world? I didn't know we had them up here. I thought we had alligators.
I guess Jamaica has crocodiles.
Not the blacks.
I don't know.
Apparently, that was a new one to me. And yeah, supposedly whatever the going on with the water and moving the water and the flooding and everything.
All the flooding.
Crocodiles are all.
I guess they're supposed to be wandering through the residential areas. They might be up in your backyard now.
Yeah, they're all dispersed to all different places that they aren't naturally in. So, I don't know. I guess go out and don't go out and pet the crocodiles there, because they seem to be where they not belong in. But anyways. So I don't know. I guess that was about what we're checking back in with there. So, but as I say, it's sad to hear about another wrestler there. It seems as if it's kind of almost a monthly thing here that we're starting to lose the old crew there, because it wasn't too long ago we lost Hulk Hogan. So, and hey, do you know anything about this building, this construction stuff that's going on here in Washington there on the east lawn of the White House? I got some picture come up there that's some 88-story gold tower that says Trump on it. Do you know anything about that one? Is it?
Yes, I saw that. Yeah, it's Trump's that's his legacy will live forever.
I mean, is that going to be his new home? Is he not going to leave the White House property and he's just going to move into this new 88-story tower, maybe have the penthouse there in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, Trump Tower right there.
Exactly, Trump Tower 2.0.
Isn't that good? That's where the West Wing used to be, though, right? Not the East Wing. We got the ballroom on the East Wing. We're going to have Trump Tower where the West Wing used to be.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll make sure we get that straight. But, well, I don't know. As you say, they're just anything to twist the screws tighter in the Democrats there, right?
Anything to troll. That's somebody's trolling them.
I guess the sombreros are about done. I haven't seen any sombreros lately. What happened with that? I thought they were doing pretty good with them, and I don't know. Must be we wore them out. Can't come up with anything new for them. So, anyways, I don't know. I'm sitting back waiting to see what the next great thing will be. But I guess figure out where to get one of them Trump 2028 hats. I think that would be a good thing to have. And of course, the princess has to put a bid on that jacket for you, doesn't she? So you have that one from the New Jersey Generals there
as a keepsake. Yes, $2,500 starting bid. I think that's a little above our Trump memorabilia budget, if you know what I mean. She'd say, "I've already got plenty. I've got more than you need." All right, let me see here. Looks like, I guess, Brother Rambler, ears were burning. He'll be checking in coming up here. Eagle as well, and we'll hear from Buster at 844-844-3388. I mentioned cargo theft rapidly evolving from what used to be your traditional trailer break-ins to now sophisticated digital fraud schemes using artificial intelligence, social engineering, and marketplace reselling to move stolen goods faster than ever before. Criminals have realized, according to FreightWaves, they can commit theft without ever touching the freight. The Director of Intelligent Response at Supply Chain Risk Overhaul, they're lowering their physical risk and scaling operations digitally, sometimes pulling off multiple thefts in a single day. He said organized cargo networks are increasingly adopting AI-generated voices and synthetic identities to bypass verification calls or create fake carrier profiles. AI, just like it is in the business world, is a force multiplier in the criminal world at the same time. Unfortunately, it's adding efficiency. It's sometimes the appearance of legitimacy, especially to social engineering and phishing attacks. AI now is making these messages not only grammatically perfect, if need be, but maybe just imperfect enough to sound like a real person. More to come in our final hour just ahead. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Hurricane Melissa has returned to the Caribbean after devastating Jamaica as a catastrophic Category 5. Life-threatening flooding and storm surges to continue. Over 500,000 residents are without power. Melissa has since weakened to a Category 3 and is expected to move across Cuba tonight or early in the morning. The Senate failed to advance a funding bill for the 13th time today, keeping the government shut down in its fourth week. SNAP benefits for 42 million Americans are set to halt on Saturday, prompting 25 states to sue the Trump administration. Vice President J.D. Vance says troops will be paid Friday, while Democrats plan a bill to fund SNAP and WIC. Airports are facing delays due to air traffic controller shortages, and federal workers continue to rely on emergency meal aid. House Speaker Mike Johnson says President Trump cannot run for a third term due to the 22nd Amendment, which would take years to change. Trump 2028 hats are selling as a troll towards Democrats. Johnson says the focus is on the next 3 years. President Trump's nearly week-long visit to Asia continues.
Earlier today, he spoke to American troops aboard the USS George Washington aircraft carrier in Yokosuka, Japan, where he touted record military spending.
We've never spent so much, and we've never spent it more wisely, because now we watch it. We spend it properly. I'm also supporting an across-the-board pay raise for every sailor and service member in the United States Armed Forces.
Trump is coming off talks with Japan's first female prime minister, focusing on security, trade, and defense spending. It's the latest stop for the president on a multi-day trip to Asia that includes a high-stakes sit-down with Chinese President Xi in South Korea later this week. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with fresh record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 161 points, the S&P 500 added 15 points, and the Nasdaq rising 190 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
The debate over the nation's gun laws is looming large in the race for one of Texas's 2 Senate seats. The incumbent, John Cornyn, is accused of betraying gun owners with legislation he pushed that was intended to crack down on illegal gun purchases.
A lot of people in the 2A community feel that he's actually turned his back on us by sponsoring this bill.
Texas gun rights activist Michael Cargill says the law set up a list of people who tried to buy a gun, but their paperwork was delayed due to a red flag. He says it's a de facto gun registry. Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry is calling for a statue of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk to be placed on LSU's campus.
We're going to put a challenge out to the LSU Board of Supervisors to find a place to put a statue.
Landry made those comments last night while speaking at a Turning Point USA event in Baton Rouge, urging students to be curious and ask questions in order to seek the truth. Well, if you think you live in a haunted house, you're not alone. Surveys show 1 in 4 Americans say they have lived in a haunted house. 23% say they currently have a resident ghost.
Science does not support the existence of ghosts, but many people report lingering energy after death, cold spots, unexplained noises, even pets acting strangely. If you're selling, paranormal activity does not legally have to be revealed, but in most states, death does. NerdWallet says a ghost in the house can lower its value up to 25%, but it can raise the value if a ghost is someone famous. That is, if ghosts even exist. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Just like that. Here we go. Final hour. Indeed. Here on a Wednesday. All right, we'll kick things off this hour. I didn't anticipate hearing from Brother Rambler, but there he is.
That's right. Here I am, Steve, and praise God. I'm glad to be on the air with you and everyone else, and whether you're listening to us up there in the high plains desert of Ely, Nevada, or down on the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas. Man, we are here with you all night long, 5 hours a night. We're here with you, and all you have to do is just call in. And Junior, if you're listening, man, come on, be that first-time caller. Call up and get your $60 voucher. Steve's easy to talk to. And we just talk a little bit of wrestling right now. That's right. Rasslin. That spells wrestling. That's how we say it down south. Wrestling. That's right. Wrestling. Brandon knows. He knows a lot about that Memphis wrestling. Old Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee, superstar Bill Dundee, Jackie Fargo, all them guys. But Mike Rotunda, God bless him. I just found that out a couple of days ago. I did not know he was sick. For those of you who do not know who Mike Rotunda is, have you heard the name Bray Wyatt? We lost him a couple of years ago. That is Bray Wyatt's dad. And also he is the dad of current WWE superstar who portrays the character Uncle Howdy in the Wyatt Six. He's also got a daughter that's wrestling, and she's over in, I think, New Japan, trying to hone her craft. So it's really sad because, I mean, a lot of our childhood heroes are dying, Steve. I mean, whether you're a football fan, a hockey fan. Speaking of hockey, Frozen Frenzy was last night. All 32 NHL teams played, and my Detroit Red Wings won. We beat the Blues 5-1 or 5-2. But yeah, I mean, all our heroes are starting to go on and pass away. I do follow Mike Rotunda on Instagram, and he is a very devout Christian. So praise God. I know where he's going when he leaves here, and he's ready. I mean, anybody that follows the Lord Jesus Christ and proclaims that Christ is number one in their life and lives for him, you're ready. Whether you want to die or not, you're ready because of the step of faith that you made and the leap of faith that you took to climb that ladder, holding on to hope, love, and faith every step of the way. Praise God. But it is sad because, I mean, Mike Rotunda was a member of, when he was with WCW as the Varsity Club. And all them members, when he dies, all the Varsity Club will be dead. And that consisted of Kevin Sullivan, Dr. Des Stephen Williams, and, of course, Mike Rotunda, who was a Syracuse Orangeman graduate and was actually a real Roman Greco-style wrestler. So
he knew the fake stuff and the real stuff, God's children. Also, Abdullah the Butcher. He's no blood and guts wrestler. He's in bad health. He's in the hospital as well. He's 83 years old, so we need to be praying for Abdullah the Butcher. And for those of you wrestling fans, you ain't got nothing to do Saturday night. We got Saturday night's main event. That's going to be on NBC television. Of course, the main event will be for the vacant World Heavyweight Championship between CM Punk and main event Jey Uso. 4 words and one yell, yeet, and then you do your hands, and it's just me, Oos. That's right. Come on. Y'all know it if you're wrestling fans, but I think he's going to be turning heel. I really believe we're going to see a heel turn from main event Jey Uso, and CM Punk will still be chasing. If you're a John Cena fan, he's only got 3 more appearances left before John Cena retires. His next appearance will be his final Monday Night Raw appearance. So if you're not doing nothing on November the 17th, John Cena will be on Monday Night Raw. Rumored that he's going to take on Dominic Mysterio, and they may award him the Intercontinental Championship because that's the only championship he's never has won. But if you don't know, Steve, John Cena broke Ric Flair's record. Woo! The Nature Boy from Charlotte, North Carolina. He broke his record and became the 17-time World Heavyweight Champion. So it's going to be sad because I grew up a wrestling fan. My children, Donovan, Dane, Devin, and Trey, they were all John Cena fans, and it's going to be sad to see him go. And I tell you what, if you are a fan of John Cena, I urge you to go back if you feel like paying the $30 a month for ESPN. Go back and watch that the Crown Jewel event from Perth, Australia. You'll see a mat classic between John Cena and AJ Styles that was just truly phenomenal. Steve, I am trying to rest my voice. I'm getting a lot better. We did have church this past Sunday. And, Steve, I wasn't anticipating on having church. I was just going to pop on and let everyone know that, hey, I'm still here. I'm still alive. But when hey, I'm old. I have to take naps, and I didn't even have a message planned. But when I laid down, I just, in my mind, I put my CPAP on. I said, Lord, what would you have me say if we're going to say anything? And the Lord spoke, I'm kid you not, just the softest, kindest voice. John 16:10. And of course I shot up out of bed, took the CPAP off, grabbed my glasses, and went right to the Word of God, and there was the message laid out right there before me. So go back, watch it if you want to. Determined Ministries Church right there on Facebook. I want to thank Chris and Paula Dowdy. We're trying to build the TikTok following up, and we're going to start back doing some more TikToks and everything like that. TikTok Tuesday was something I had started, but we kind of paused it, and I didn't want to let people know. But one of the reasons is because of my voice. And like I said, I'm talking good now. I'm doing everything they told me to do. I got to go back to the doctor on November 10th. And for those of you who call me and I don't answer the phone, man, just bear with me. It ain't because I don't hate you. Trust me, I hate nobody. Nobody. And I mean that, I hate nobody. Steve, I will be off Thursday and Friday. I'm not going to be out there celebrating the Devil's Holiday. You want to know my thoughts about that? Go watch the latest message, Determined Ministries Church. The Lord has a lot to say about Halloween, and I'm not going to air my thoughts and everything here, but if you want to hear what the Lord has to say, go back, Determined Ministries Church, and don't let that be your only visit. Steve, we go live every Sunday at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, and guess what? We fall back this Sunday. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to the cooler weather getting here. I'm looking forward to just worshiping the Lord and getting my singing voice back. Old Brother Dale Note sent me here a beautiful song a while back that I'm going to be working on, trying to sing, and just working on my voice, getting everything back. I appreciate all the prayers out there. I really do. And you know what? Y'all pray for me. I'm going to pray for you. And as far as a hottie toddy, Steve, a hottie toddy to me is something you take when you have the flu. And apparently for what I'm hearing, is Hotty Toddy's coach, Mr. Lane Kiffin. He's getting ready to fly the coop because maybe he's had one too many Hotty Toddies. Maybe Mississippi just ain't his home. I think he'll take that Florida Gators job, which that makes Deanbat very, very happy. As far as the LSU coaching vacancy, man, I got John Summerall, coach at Tulane, to take that one. I mean, he's already in state, and Tulane, he's been there 2 or 3 years. He's got a good winning record with the Tulane Green Wave. So I look for John Summerall. And everyone asking about Nick Saban, the only job I ever see him coming out of retirement for is Steve Sarkisian leaves and goes to coach the Tennessee Titans. That would be the only school I will ever see Nick Saban come out of retirement. Why? Because the recruits are there, the students are there. You got Arch Manning there. He could come right in and win him an 8th championship. Other than that, Alabama is off this weekend. Steve, I'm going to try to stay awake to watch your Bearcats play. Man, that is crazy. 10 o'clock. I think it's 9 o'clock my time.
Yes.
Is it 10 o'clock your time?
Correct.
Steve, that's crazy.
Be 1 o'clock in the morning before that game ends.
Yeah, I mean, if you drink Skull Busters, to each his own, I would encourage you not to. But if you drink Skull Busters and you start in the afternoon, you're going to be passed out by the time the Bearcats game comes on. You ain't going to be awake. So, but yeah, we're going to be off and going to be coming back next. Well, I will personally be off Thursday, Friday, because I just don't want to be out here with all the hoodoo, you do, and all this stuff that goes on in Louisiana. I don't want to be here nowhere near it. And I'll be off Monday and Tuesday, but we'll be back with you on Mike Wednesday. And everyone out there, know that I love you, and I leave you with this, and that is love. And before I say what I'm going to say, I got to ask, how is Uncle Fred?
He's still with us.
Praise God. Just his health hadn't changed. Is he still fighting?
That's all you could say. He's still fighting. I mean, he's a proverbial skeleton of a man, if you know what I mean. But
God bless.
The mind is there, but the body is not. I guess kind of like the opposite of Parkinson's, where the mind fails, but he's the opposite. His mind is sharp as a tack. Body is just pretty much non-existent.
Well, it goes back to what the word God says. The spirit is willing, but the flesh has now gotten weak, and it's gotten weak because of that's what we do. And like I said, Steve, at a Celebration of Life service I did on the 19th, we don't like death. I wish people would understand that I'm not a big old titty baby, but I get very emotional because I do love God's people. Steve, I'm a very extroverted human being. I love talking to people. I love being around God's people. I love being around. I'm just an extroverted person. And it makes me sad to know that people are going through a hard time, their loved ones passing away. And look, we all got to face it. We're all going to face it. You, me, and trust me, if there was a way to avoid death, all these billionaires that have recently died, they would have avoided it. You're not going to avoid it. You're not going to avoid death. Death will come for every one of us. You've got to make sure you are prepared. And it starts with accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. It starts right there. And if you can make that commitment and come to the realization that you cannot go through this life alone, you have to have a Savior, and that Savior is Jesus Christ, then you've already guaranteed your existence from here on out, because they'll forget about the hard work you did. Just like there's no recordings of you on 700 WLW. Thank God you got recordings of you at Hot Shot Secrets in the Hot Shot Secret Studio. So your legacy will live on. Your legacy will live on through us telling stories. But after we all pass away, you're not going to live on no more. I'm not going to live on no more. We're not going to live on no more. But we can live eternally if you accept Christ Jesus, because you're going to live eternally in one or two places. In a God's glorious heaven or in a devil's red hell, and I choose to live in a God's glorious heaven. I love you, God's children, and I leave you with this, and that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler loves you, and I do, and God bless you. Y'all stay safe out there. Bye now.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Back with more and see what Eagle has on his mind here on Hump Day. Morning, Eagle. What's going on?
Yeah, I got a couple of things to talk about tonight. Before I get to the politics and these situation with what we talked about last night with these people on the TikToks and all that saying what they're going to do on November the 1st. I want to talk about the NFL right quick. You know, Steve, I've been watching NFL football since I was a kid, way back in the, growing up as a kid back in the 70s, with the Pittsburgh Steelers and, Dallas Cowboys when they was winning Super Bowls and, back in the 80s and all that when I was just a kid. And, I know the men, I know the players are bigger and stronger and faster than what they was before. And plus, I believe that there's a lot of drug use going on, steroids and stuff going on when you got people that's, 350, 380 playing football, But I don't remember, like I said, I played football myself, and I don't remember these type of devastating injuries. It's almost you gotta watch how you watch the game now, man. You could see something really sickening on your television.
Mm-hmm.
Over the last 2 or 3 years, we've seen some devastating injuries, and then this last Sunday, you had a man get his ankle dislocated on the New York Giants running back, Scatterbo. First year, he didn't even make it the first season. As he's a rookie player, he didn't even make it 1 year without ending his career might be over. They said that the bone was coming. They had to do immediate surgery on the guy on Sunday because they said the bone came out through the skin, which requires immediate surgery. I couldn't even look at the video. I still haven't seen the video. I don't want to see it, because it said the man's ankle was sideways.
Yeah.
Okay, and then just a couple of weeks earlier, you had the guy with the Miami Dolphins, Tyreek Hill. His leg was sideways. He had dislocated his whole damn knee from the bottom, from the bottom of his leg. And then last year we had the guy with the Detroit Lions. I forgot what his name was, defensive lineman. I seen that injury. That was definitely his leg got completely snapped, broke. Okay, and then we had Dak Prescott a year before that. These injuries are getting to be, ridiculous. I know, when you get in some of these pile-ups and stuff, and like I said, you might have over 1,000 pounds of weight on your leg, when you under one of these pile-ups, because these men are 350 or more, and you got 3 or 4 men stacked up on top of you. A lot of bad things can happen. So I don't know what they can do about these injuries, but it's starting to be it's starting to occur a lot more with these devastating injuries that it's hard to recover. They're requiring over a year. It's taking over a year, to get rehabilitated. They never really be the same, after you do that much damage to the ligaments and all that in your leg. You're never going to be the same player that you was before. It requires a lot of, a year or two before you can even get back in the game. So, I'm thinking real seriously about, not allowing my son, to play football. There's other sports that they can get involved in, such as baseball and basketball and other things, because football is getting to be a little bit too dangerous now, when you look at some of these devastating injuries and people. I'm talking about, that can end your whole damn career.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's talk about this other situation that we talked about last night, because I understand that Walmart and some other places are getting ready for November the 1st by adding extra security. And I've even heard rumors that they're talking about locking the doors and only allowing a certain amount of people into the stores, these Walmarts. Because like you told me last night, Steve, you had a lady, you said you saw a video. I haven't seen that video. Some lady claims she's going to have Thanksgiving dinner one way or the other. And she's encouraging other people to all go to the store at one time and try to make a rush for the door at all at the same time. She said, you say they can't stop everybody. Did you tell me that last night?
That is correct. Yeah, she's trying to say 6:30, and I can't remember if it was like November the 3rd or November the 4th, whatever the date was. Yeah, but we did touch on that a bit earlier, though. According to Yahoo News, at this point, spokesperson for Walmart says, there are no plans to close any stores. I would fully suspect we may see some additional security at some locations first of the month if they don't come to a resolution. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Hurricane Melissa made landfall in Jamaica as a catastrophic Category 5 storm, the worst in that nation's history. Authorities warn of devastating winds and flooding, with recovery expected to be long and difficult. Organizations such as the American Red Cross, World Central Kitchen, and American Friends of Jamaica are mobilizing to provide food, shelter, and aid. The Senate has failed to advance a House-passed funding bill for the 13th time today, extending the 28-day shutdown. The measure failed 54-45 in the Senate, with only 3 Democrats in support. Republicans say they'll discuss expiring health care subsidies only after Democrats reopen the government, as SNAP benefits and military pay face imminent disruption. The Israel Defense Forces carried out a powerful strike in Gaza after Hamas fired at Israeli troops and launched an anti-tank missile, and that breaks the ceasefire. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you a email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
The word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, hello to 5-7. Up and at 'em. Copy in the mail. Go Navy. Hey, good to hear from you. Yeah, on over to Steve in Columbus. Morning, Steve Summers and all the listeners out there. Well, we're halfway through the week. Starting to look forward to the weekend. So far, no plans have been made. We're hoping to keep it that way. Coffee's hot. Pickups ready. It's time to head into town, see what the day brings us. And Truck and Phil, happy Hope Day. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Big shout out to Knucklebuster and all the veterans out there. Get her done. Well, 39 to start things, 58 for a high in Fort Wayne. 38 to 56 in Newaygo, Michigan. Here we go. Fort Wayne to Newaygo and back again. Semper Fi. Truck and Phil. And Buster. What's happening, Buster?
Good morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, first, Kiffin, I understand, is no longer drinking alcohol. These won't be none of those Southern drinks. I think he'll stay at Ole Miss. His wife moved to Ole Miss, and he's got his kids all doing their thing, and his son's a sophomore at high school there. So I'm hoping he will stay. I mean, the way he burnt Tennessee, it'd be kind of refreshing not to go. But also, Rambler, I appreciate his message. I'm glad to see the voice as well. Also, Trump would be a great Speaker of the House after 28 because you don't have to have an office to do that. So, and then maybe he can work himself into vice presidency if whoever wins the House, the presidency, can have him, as a substitute. You never know what God has in store for us. And the other thing would be on UPS is that they announced the third quarter summary of how many people took the buyout and all. So you might want to Google that and give us an update on that in the next few days. And last thing, Steve, 1st of October, I heard Knucklebuster say he was going to hang up the driving end of this month. Did I remember him saying that?
I think he did say it at one point in time. I don't think I can't remember. It seems like he did follow up on it, but I don't think he's hanging him up just yet.
It'd be nice to hear the other callers who's retired. I know we still get Ranger calling in, and Grump. He's a hell of a good replacement for Ranger, but Monkey Gouger would love to still hear him. I know we'll see a lot of us at the Mats in 26. But yeah, I'm just curious if he did follow through on that. And Steve, that's all I got for you. But I'm going to go back and give a bit more sleep before I go to work. But yeah, the AI is being done, and I understand in Knoxville the subcontractors do not want UPS to use the building for peak until they're done with all their AI stuff. So they look like it will not be opened up until March or April. So that's what I got from all that stuff. So, Steve, God bless you and your family. Give Princess my love, and thank you for taking my call.
All right. Buster, good to hear from you. Thank you so much. 5-7 alluded to, what did he say there a few minutes ago? Something about the Joe Biden's auto pen pardons declared null and void. Time to charge Adam Schiff. Yes, the House Oversight Committee yesterday urging the Justice Department to investigate executive actions taken by former President Biden, or his administration, that would be, stating that there were orders issued without his approval. Committee said they have found evidence, several executive actions the former president ostensibly took, which included presidential pardons and commutations, were not personally approved by the 46th president. The report alleged that Biden's aides may have used the presidential auto pen, the mechanical device that replicates signatures, to sign off on some of those actions without his knowledge. The committee deems these actions taken through the auto pen as void, according to the oversight report, adding that it finds numerous executive actions, particularly clemency actions taken during the administration, were illegitimate. Oversight Committee James Comer issuing a written statement. The Biden auto pen presidency will go down as one of the biggest political scandals in U.S. history. As Americans saw President Biden's decline with their own eyes, Biden's inner circle sought to deceive the public, cover up his decline, taking unauthorized executive actions with the auto pen that are now invalid. Our report reveals how key aides colluded to mislead the public and the extraordinary measures they took to sustain the appearance of presidential authority as Biden's capacity to function independently diminished. Executive actions performed by White House staff, signed by AutoPen, are null and void. We are calling on the Justice Department to conduct a thorough review of these actions and scrutinize key Biden aides who actually took the fifth to hide their participation in the cover-up. The D.C. Board of Medicine must also review the actions taken by President Biden's physician to hide his true condition. Several of the 91-page report's findings and recommendations. Biden experienced significant mental and physical decline during his presidency, while senior White House staff sought to conceal that decline from the public. Comer recommended that the District of Columbia Board of Medicine review the actions taken by Dr. Kevin O'Connor, Biden's personal physician, for any potential wrongdoing in caring for the former president. Comer called on the Department of Justice to review all executive actions taken during the Biden presidency and referred key Biden aides, such as Dr. O'Connor, Annie Tomasini, Anthony Bernal, for more scrutiny after they all took the Fifth Amendment during their investigation. Comer concluded in his statement, quote, "We have provided Americans with transparency about the Biden auto pen presidency. Now there must be accountability." We'll see where that goes. But next on the list, Vic joins us on a Wednesday morning. Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. When you were talking about all that, I was thinking about they tried everything to keep Trump from getting reelected and instituting his programs. So now they're just down to the shutdown. And you were mentioning about these DOJ investigations. Well, all of this stuff needs money. It needs funded. And the more that they can keep the shutdown going, the more they can either stop or prolong these investigations. And did you happen to see where they put on the big drug raid up there in Philadelphia in that Kensington neighborhood that was the open air drug market? I don't know if you've seen that or not, but they had that. They had basically traced it all back to the kingpin was someone from Puerto Rico, and they had his name and a bunch of the records and everything else. And I was just thinking, in this shutdown, if they would have ran out of money, I guess they found the money to keep going somewhere. That had taken substantial amount of money and time to put that together. And that would be a shame if Schumer's shutdown would have basically made all that work go for naught. And I'm sure there are other investigations going on right now. So I know what Schumer's goal is, main goal is, to basically make sure that Trump can't actually institute his agenda and investigate all this stuff that needs investigated. And that way he might be Schumer and the rest of them, you're just talking about the pardons, whether they got a pardon or not, if it can't get investigated, it can't get prosecuted. So they might be able to get on out of it. And one of the big things in all of these different drug investigations, they will often find something called ghetto dollars. And ghetto dollars is what is euphemistically referred to as food stamps. There aren't that many food stamps anymore in comparison to the EBT cards. But all this got started years ago under the old commodities program. Are you familiar with that? Where people go and get the commodities that the Commodity Credit Corporation had bought up. And at that time, I don't know if Commodity Credit Corporation was a part of USAID or not, but it all started. They were buying up surplus commodities after the USDA had paid different firms to process them, and you'd like the butter to have big USDA on it and all this other stuff, and that was distributed through the trustees. Someone said, well, maybe we ought to distribute them through other people, but not through union halls. So then they started that faith-based initiative thing. Then Obama come along, and he started he said, well, we should extend this to the nonprofits. And then you wound up with this second harvest and everything. And I knew truck drivers that would deliver to some of these places, and the people on those nonprofits, they would say, well, let me see what you got on there. And because it was like bulk loads. So, they'd say to the truckers, well, let me see what you have, and I want to look through here and see what I want or want to set aside for my friends. So that all these different food programs everybody's crying about, they have been riddled with fraud from day one. And that's why a lot of drug dealers would take food stamps, and maybe they were using a store, a certain type of store for a front, and then they would recycle those food stamps because people come along and said, well, that's demeaning to have to go get commodities. We need to have a program. And if you follow that whole program down, it's totally ridiculous. And it needs to be thoroughly investigated. And I think basically what has happened is that now they're trying to create all this buzz. They're talking about all these people are going to starve and all this other type of stuff. Well, I believe that part of the whole deal was what they call the faith-based initiative, or the nonprofit thing, distributing food, was that Reagan, I believe it was, that started that, or it might have been one of the Bushes. But the idea was that they could do this cheaper than what the government could. So they took that all out of the hands, pretty much out of the hands of the ES employees, USDA ES employees that would distribute that. So the different food aid programs that they're talking about, I really don't know why anybody should be going hungry, because they supported the food banks and the nonprofits. There's another program that whenever the food processors and manufacturers, when they have a lot of food and it's getting close to the expiration date, they can actually distribute that food and get some type of kickback from the government. And the food is going to be used immediately. So why everybody's concentrating on the food stamps at the first of the month, or people are going to go hungry? I don't understand exactly why they are perpetuating this myth. I don't know if they want to try to cause food riots or something, but it just makes no sense to me unless it's changed drastically. I know that it was some time ago, but we have foods in caves all over the United States, and whenever they talk about the dairy herd buyout program, they're really not sure now whether that was really necessary, because some companies were claiming that they still had food in storage in some of those caves, and then when they went in to audit them, it wasn't there. So with all the I've kind of set the program there, is that
And Vic, I'm not sure if he's in motion. I don't think so, but his cell is kicking out, as they say. Someone had mentioned the big raid there in Kensington. Can't help but wonder now that all these hundreds of addicts in the open air market of Kensington are they still able to get their drugs, or are some of them going to be forced now to maybe seek treatment? If the supply is not there, what do? Do you go somewhere else? Or with the arrest of this big organized crime gang, I think there were like 30-something arrests. Does another gang or another drug dealer come in to fill in the gaps there? We'll tell you what you know coming up.
Our look back at the national champions from 2025 continues this week as we move on to two-wheel drive trucks. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, I'm the voice of the NTPA Overnight Report, Greg Hunter. With 10 national hooks in 2025, the competition was fierce. Due to Mother Nature, the season came down to only 7 hooks for the 2025 championship, and the top guns of two-wheel drive pulling did not disappoint. Now is the time we say congratulations Chase Richardson, as he piloted Suffering Sanity with a fresh new wrap from Busch Light to the Grand National title. Even though Farley wasn't a Grand National pull, the biggest names in pulling made the trip to Iowa, including Chase, where he took a 6th and 16th in the 2 hooks. When the Grand National season officially started, Chase thought he'd get 2 hooks in at Toma, but rain canceled both sessions, earning all that made the trip to the Cheese State 15 points. That didn't slow the 41 Willys down, though. He went to Fort Recovery and put the Willys into 3rd with a pull of 323, and that's where the momentum started. Going back to Iowa for the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell, there was more rain that delayed the first night of pulling, which nobody could master, including our future champ. On night 1, Suffering Sanity could only manage 6th place points with a hook of 339 on Thursday, before coming back on Saturday with a hook of 327, which earned him 4th place points. And this is where the trajectory started pointing up for Chase. Going into Napoleon, Ohio, the one-day hook was a hot afternoon with the hook happening at 5 p.m. That didn't stop Chase, as he went 305, earning 3rd place points as the last 3 hooks of the season were on the horizon. As the haulers made the trip to Bowling Green in mid-August, Chase was really hitting his stride. The first hook on Thursday in Poletown was a big one, going 336, which earned him 1st place points. And then on Saturday, 321 was good enough for 2nd place points. Then everyone made the trip to the Enderley Pull-Off to wrap up the Grand National season. And the Willys did exactly what Chase needed it to do: get first, which locked up the title once again for Chase. To recap the season, Chase had 1 first in Poletown on Thursday, 3 top 5s, 7 top 10s. Not bad for a season where Mother Nature slowed the start. Rounding out the top 10 in the two-wheel drive category were Jason Sullivan and his 2008 Dodge Cornburner in 2nd, only 6 points behind the champ. In 3rd, Russ Nichols had his 40 calls on the edge, only 8 points behind the champ, and 2 points from 2nd. 4th went to Jacob Shepard and the Alcohol Addiction Retapped. 5th was Kelly Nichols and One Fine Edge. 6th went to Mad Max and Alan Kane. 7th was Donnie Sullivan and Big Stick. 8th was the duo of Brent and Christiane Seacrest with Nothing Easy About It. 9th was RJ Simon and Simon Says Chevy. And rounding out the top 10 was Joe Frazier and Come Around Sundown. Even though Mother Nature slowed the start of the 2025 season, it was action-packed and full of big distances. You can relive the 2025 season every week on RFD TV with NTPA Championship Pulling. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter, and remember, pull hard.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So what was known as the largest open-air drug market in the country, Kensington, they're in Philadelphia. Federal authorities say they've shut down a prominent drug-dealing faction that operated there. 33 alleged members of the group being charged. Being dubbed the Weymouth Street Drug Trafficking Organization by the Attorney's Office. This enterprise ran a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week market that moved significant amounts of fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, and crack for years. On the 3100 block of Weymouth, near Kensington and Allegheny Avenues, as well as McPherson Square Park. Hundreds of law enforcement participated in the raid, resulting in 24 arrests, one of which happened as far away as San Juan, Puerto Rico, and included 11 searches. 8 of the suspects were already behind bars, and one has yet to be captured. FBI Director Kash Patel, who appeared at a news conference in Philadelphia, called it one of the largest, most impressive gang takedowns since he became the agency's leader in February. Everyone in America should be looking at this takedown. This is exactly how you safeguard American lives. You go after the organizations that are inflicting pain across America in each and every city. Now, U.S. Attorney Dave Metcalf said this indictment is the largest in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania this century, as measured by the number of defendants charged. 173-page grand jury document reflecting a probe that occurred over several years, with the earliest allegations dating back some 9 years. The organization's leader, 45-year-old Jose Antonio Morales Nieves, otherwise known as Flacco, was based in Puerto Rico but often traveled to the city. He owned the block, taking a cut of the narcotics proceeds in the form of, quote, rent, ensuring the safety of the dealers. Day-to-day operations overseen by Ramon Montañez and Nancy Valentine. And others that scheduled shifts to make sure the 3100 block of Weymouth would always be there to offer drugs to customers. Members had defined roles. Some were lookouts, suppliers, caseworkers, street-level dealers. So a major takedown there. I wonder, will this actually yield any impacts or changes which were so desperately needed there in Kensington, and maybe get some of these people help. With that, we are, though, out of time. We'll close it out there on a Wednesday. Hope you'll join us back at the midnight hour for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I lost in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream